Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Don't worry, we're gonna fix the audio and stuff in a minute. Oh, how we doing? How we doing? How's everybody? Hi, Cavendish. Oh my gosh. 20 months? You're still subscribed? Cavendish! What? Thank you. Oh my god, you've been supporting me this whole time. I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. But thank you. I love you so much for this. Kat, how you doing? Fricka, hi! Oh, you guys. Let me get my music going. Here, see, it's been so long now that the same 20 songs I used to play will seem new. Let's see. Let me get this going. Alright, so give me feedback. How's my audio? Is my voice okay? We'll do music in a second here. No, wrong one. This one. Alright. Oh, you just resubscribed. Okay, good. But also, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Cavendish. Z-Sketch, how you doing? Serenity. Oh, you changed your name. Oh, other account. Got it. I gotta learn to read again. It's been a minute. Look at the hippos. Anybody know what this is inspired by? Okay. So is my vocal track okay? Loud enough? All that stuff? Oh, I'm so excited to talk to you guys. Oh my gosh. Nice and clear, good volume. Awesome. Yeah, bouncy pork. Moo dang. You got it. Oh my gosh. You know, you're one of the inside folk. Let me see. Oh, I don't want to start off with a scary song. Why is this just kind of... What's my usual one? Wizard's Tower? Is that this one? Oh yeah, this one's nice. Can you guys even hear this? Hold on. Yeah, that must be too loud for you, I'm guessing. Tell me how the music is in accordance to the voice. Good enough? Okay. So many Moodang memes. I know! Oh my gosh. I recently fell down a Twitter hole because of politics. Don't ask. And I've just been kind of sucked into that lately, which is a terrible thing, but honestly it's been distracting me from other things, which is also good. I don't know. Right now it's kind of this terrible double-edged sword, but I'm navigating. It's working. I'm not crazy, like, depressed yet from it, so we'll see how it goes. It's a good distraction from the politics, yes. Agreed. Except I'm not distracted by the politics. I'm like, oh, I'm the angriest I've ever been. It's so weird. Oh my god, America's a fucking mess. Anyway, that's part of the reason I haven't streamed either, is because I know I'd just go off. So I'm going to try real hard to just be middle of the road, not talk about that stuff, just paint hippos. That's what we're here for. We're here for hippos. Did you really, Kat? Good for you. Oh man. Sketch, you're the one upside down? This guy? They're going down little, like waterfalls. You guys remember when I used to do those little, the little playgrounds? Remember there's an otter one, and then there was there's an otter one, then there was a bird one, a frog one. There's another one too. Oh man, my thing's not syncing. Hold up. There we go. That should be better now. Now it's gonna look like I'm fake talking, which works. I'm okay with that. Alright. Oh, I love that. Cavendish, yes. They should be. Honestly, Pesto's probably as big as Moodang is, because Pesto's huge. Yeah, big baby. Did you see the SNL skit with, oh, I always forget his name. He's so funny, but he was dressed as Moodang, and it was great. Oh my god. How is he still a baby? I don't know. Babies are getting huge. Maybe eventually, like, every baby in every type of species is just going to be huge, enormous. I don't know. Okay, here's what's going to be interesting about this. My watercolors are sitting across from me. And even though I knew streaming was coming today, I had a bunch of things to finish. So I haven't literally opened these since the last time we streamed. So you can see all the dust on it, everything. This is authentic. This is authentic dust. Like, I didn't even clean it last time. Look at this. So this is where we're at. We're gonna make this work, I guess. I'm gonna have to clean these while we talk. So, everyone. Gosh, when was the last time I streamed? Hold on, I can figure this out. I think I've got the last one up on my YouTube. I can tell you the exact one. It's been over a year, easily, which is really, really sad. 1 year ago. Yeah, that's somewhat helpful, but when? August 12th. Okay. It's been like a year and 2 months. Okay. Well, let me tell you, my life went off the rails. Like, off the rails. I'm still looking for a job, if you can believe that. I was recently told that maybe the format I was using for my resume is probably not okay. I'm using a PDF, but there are different kinds of PDFs. So, like, the PDFs I typically am used to are ones that kind of flatten all the information and make it so it's an image. But the PDFs you're supposed to be using are supposed to be the ones that have selectable text and whatnot, which mine did not, because they need the stupid AI sifters to be able to select and search through your PDF, which I don't know why I was just assuming it could, even though I knew it was a baked, we call them baked PDFs, the ones that are just the image. So that was fun. But I still don't think it would have happened. Like, all these jobs, all these openings, everything, it's like they're lying to you. They're telling you there's a spot open, but there's really not. And Gabe was thinking that it was because, like, these jobs and things get like government bonuses and stuff for still having jobs open and things. I don't know. Some kind of conspiracy junk, but, you know, it kind of makes sense too. Anyway. Let's see. Oh man, I gotta catch up on you guys already. Everybody say which hippo they are. I think, I don't know, I kind of feel like this one, and this is life, but I also just feel like I'm this dude most of the time. Anyway. Huge cockatiel. Eggs normal size. Yes! Oh my god. I would love a big cockatiel. Like the size of an eagle or something. Or even bigger. One you could ride, right? It looks like your watercolor palette for God. I mean, we're all kind of in the same boat with that, right? We never watched this stuff. Happily watching the Scream movies, and you went live right as I finished the third one. Perfect. Oh, good! I was gonna say, if you're still watching them, keep watching them. I'll be here. I see people talk about how companies list fake jobs so that it looks... Exactly! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you've heard. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So, like, I don't even know what to do. Little work, husband's been out of work. Oh, that's right, Kat. Has he had any prospects at all? Anything come up? Because I've applied at least 2 or 3 times to a job weekly for the past 2 years, and I haven't even gotten an interview or anything. Mainly, I'm also thinking I'm in this really weird spot where I'm not, like, terrible, but I'm not fantastic. So I'm in this really mediocre, like, multimedia artist area where, I don't know, it's probably where somebody's either cheaper than me or better than me. So it's really weird. I mean, I'm at least glad I can be honest with myself about that, but... Oh, God, okay. Hello, old friends. Let's get this guy going. I'm gonna put down a wash first, like I usually do, and then we'll kind of go from there. Where's my hero? My hero boy. I've got one brush that I kind of consider my guy. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Okay, good. That guy. Yeah, sorry I don't have a camera today. I don't know. I don't feel like it. Partially, I'll be completely transparent. I've got some eczema that flared up on my face recently, and I didn't want to put makeup on it because that just makes it worse. So anyway, anybody with eczema feels me on that. It is not fun. Anyway, oh, my poor mom had eczema all her life. Yeah, it doesn't have OCR. Doesn't. I know, right? Yeah, he's so stupid. Oh, good. He does start. Okay. What did he get? Rude of companies to not even give you an auto response of no thanks. I know. Oh my God. So out of all the ones that I've applied for, I'd say I only got 3 or 4 that were like, thank you for your interest. Blah, 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 blah. Really weird. No, Kat, don't say that. You're fine. You're fine. It probably just feels scary because so much is going on around it, you know? Like the spider web is shaking, but you're still on it sort of thing. Oh, sketch. It sucks. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. You get used to just having your face up, but I don't know. Like, when you've got face problems, like skin problems and stuff, that's a different thing altogether. I mean, luckily there's like face filters and stuff, but I don't know. I hate using filters. You guys know me. I'm not that kind of person, but there is one that I do use just because of I don't like to wear a ton of makeup because of the eczema and stuff. But all it does is smooth my skin. It doesn't like put on glam or any crap like that. Apply for jobs and 6 months to 2 years later they get a call. Are you still interested? Wow. So it took that long for them to even get through the resumes to get to theirs? Shoot, maybe I'm being too mean. Maybe this is like taking some companies that long. That's crazy. Comp soup roll. Senior, fine with that. No, Kat, why do you say your time is coming? What do you mean by that? Okay, I gotta figure out what color I'm doing. Kind of an all over. I might need Gabe to go grab me some. Unless, is this the color? Is this cadmium? Are you cadmium? No, you're Naples. Shit. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to have Gabe grab me a cadmium yellow. Can you grab me a cadmium yellow, please? How's Fritz Cavendish? Is he okay? Hey Carl, how you been? Hi to you too. Oh man, it's been a minute. How's things? Oh, but Kat, is that because there's no jobs for you to hire for, or like, that's not your fault. I can't imagine they could ever really get rid of you because if something comes up, you need to be the guy right away to hire, right? I mean, I have a need, post-job, budgeting issues, so they aren't allowed to hire anybody. Then they just keep the job, try to fill it when they have a bump and get financial. That makes sense. Oh, I hate that makes sense. No, but there are like 12 studios in our group. So there are others that can pick that up. Did you read my text? No. I said, can you grab me a cadmium yellow watercolor? Mine's completely empty. I guess I can... Oh. Did you get through?
I actually don't know if we got everything.
We should.
No. That's like really hard to get.
Cadmium? Oh, shit. Okay. Well. Make do with what you got. I'll use a yellow ochre instead. Fritz is good. He's maybe waking up right now. Attaboy. Up in the atom, Fritz. Oh, man. How have you all been? I mean, aside from my still looking for a job thing. Y'all looking for jobs? How you been? I'm looking for any kind of job, too. Like, anything. I even looked for entry, like data entry, customer service. Nothing, man. I can't get anything. I can't imagine the hard times other people are having if I've got, like, the credentials I do, which are okay. They're not great, but they're okay. But, like, people without, like, bachelor's degrees or whatever trying to find higher paying jobs, they just don't exist, man. Just not out there. No jobs are out there. It's weird because I keep seeing all this stuff about employment going up and all these things, but it's like, I'm not seeing it. But maybe that's, you know, I mean, the game and animation side of things right now is also really bad. Due to strikes, union crap, whatever. Anyway. My face is my art, especially these next couple months. Oh yeah, Mr. Santa over here. Have you already got more Santa jobs lined up, Cavendish? Maybe that's what I should do. I'll just be a Mrs. Claus. I'm unable to work because of my issues and the benefit system UK is being completely changed. Oh no. I should have gotten my migration letter moved to the new system. It's not here. Deadline's going up. Oh no, Sketch. Hang in there. I'm sure they'll come soon. They usually seem pretty decent to people, I would hope. My love is with you. Apart from an infection in my face from wisdom teeth. Oh, what'd you find? Thank you. Wait, are these gouache?
No.
Oh, one is gouache.
Okay.
Thank you. Husband to the rescue. I don't even know what this is. He just grabbed me a bunch of yellows. Oh, caddy meal. Okay, cool. Oh, boy. Why did you get an infection? No, cat. Oh, no. Oh, my buddy, no. That must have hurt. Hell yeah, New Zealand. Wow. Insta-jealous. Let me see real quick if I can. Just testing these colors real quick. They're a little off. I've really missed streaming. I want to be completely honest with you. I've really missed it. I feel like streaming really helped me in the past with like being alone all day, every day, you know? Which I basically am, especially now that Gabe, he's gone like hardcore into his new job, which he's had now for 2 years. He works at a sign company. But he still does his comic stuff on the side. But it's been great for keeping us afloat. I mean, really, he's the main reason we're still kicking. Thank goodness. But yeah, what was I talking about? His sign job. Oh, just streaming in general. I have been so fucking busy. But it's like not in a good way. Does that make sense? Like, I mean, I've been busy, but not with, like, I don't know, I can't even explain why. So I did get a job for a while, like a contract job, doing like, God, how do I explain this without breaching an NDA? A theme park map. I'll just say that. I've been doing a theme park map off and on with this company since last October. And they are probably the worst client I've ever worked with in terms of communication. And that has been horrible. Like, this is something that should have only taken a month to do, but it's taken a year. It's been ridiculous. No, I don't think so. We gotta get soon. Prepping for a minifigure count though. Yeah, Fricka, you gotta let me know how that goes. Your stuff looks great. I bet you're gonna do awesome. No doubts in my mind at all. The ones you showed me looked awesome. So I'm really looking forward to see how it goes. But yeah, that job, I'm grateful for it because honestly it's like the only money I've really been getting other than Patreon. If anybody's been thinking about joining my Patreon and you've got the means to, that would be great. I've lost a lot of people, and I don't take that personally because I firsthand know that the climate for the economy has been bullshit. But yeah, just throwing that out there. Affection isn't the most pleasant favorite. Ugh. I'm sorry, cat. Hot mouth is the worst. Too lonely. Oh, sketch. Yeah, I wish I could stream the stuff I've got to work on, but I can't, and it's really, it's messing me up. I mean, the other thing is that I know if I am streaming, I'm gonna end up talking a lot, and truth be told, I get really distracted when I'm talking to people. But it's cool. I'll try to get on here more often in the future. Right now I'm just doing a shadow pass, like an underpainting real quick, so that when I go over all these, they're all going to have the same shadows, same color, all that. So right now it looks kind of harsh, but once I get the other colors on top of it, it'll be better. They'll kind of soften them out, blend them out, all that. Yeah, the cons I went to were fantastic. I'm so happy that I had those, because if I didn't, we'd be in even more trouble. So I went to Gen Con, Dragon Con. Gen Con I hadn't been to since 2018. Like, I hadn't vended there since 2018. And man, it was fantastic. I also made sure not to get too many commissions because, oh my god, I'm still there, you guys. I don't even want to open that door, but if you think I made some headway while we were apart, you're wrong. I mean, I got a few, but I've sent out a few, but I haven't caught up yet. I'm hoping to do that soon. Oh. Fritz just got to the dining room and heard your voice and said, yay! Aw, I love you, Fritz. Rotting flesh, oh lord. 5 gigs already booked for November and December, which feels low, but many people are last minute planners. That's true. That's a good point, Cavendish. No, you're gonna have so much fun. I forgot my own commands. I think it's here, hold on. I think it's got, oh my god, I have to sign into my own stream. Get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Jeez. Wow. I can't tell you why that's not working. Oh, unless MooBot changed something in the past year, which I'm sure they did. Don't worry about it. It's below my video somewhere. I don't know. regardless, I think all you hear are just my usual buddies, so it's not like somebody's like, oh my god, where's your Patreon? I want to sign up. Oh my god. Don't worry about it. Usual stuff. Anyway. It's like nothing has happened, but a ton has happened. You know what I mean by that? It's like when you haven't seen someone for a year and so much has happened, but it's like you go into this state of like, I have nowhere to start. I don't know how to begin. So it feels like there's nothing to talk about. Even though that's completely not true. So much to talk about. You guys tell me stuff though. How you doing? Give me something great that happened to you in the past year. I want to hear good stuff. Because, oh my gosh, I live in America. Right now it's on fire. So. Oh, thank you, Sketch. That was nice of you to link. Same thing when I came back and all my commands are gone. Yeah, okay, so if the same thing happened to you, then maybe they did do an update. There you go. Thank you, Cavendish. Your partner hit 1 year sober. Hey, that is amazing. Good for them. That is not easy. Good for them. They saved their life. I'm proud of them. That one's a big one for me. Because my mom died of that stuff. So, man, drinking responsibly or not at all. Like me. It's just don't even open that door. Don't go there. If you can help it. But good for them. That's fantastic. You should be. That's great. I am still in Illinois. Yeah, we've actually been... Luckily, we haven't had to move like we used to. Remember when we were moving like every 3 to 5 months? It was, we've been here now almost 3 years. Wait, 2021. So next year we'll be here 4 years. So heck yeah. It's been nice. But I'm also getting that itch. Like I should have moved. And it's kind of making me a little stir crazy. But I mean, I'm very happy I haven't had to move, you know, but I have that stir crazy, like something's gonna happen. Oh no. Gotta prepare. Something's gonna come through, but it's like, no, we're fine. Everything's okay. You're alright. Hi, Fire Seal. Indulging the power to make all the stickers I want. Did you get a cricket? That's the power feeling, power trip of the cricket. Relapsed during early COVID. I've been sober almost a decade myself. Heck yeah, Sketch. I'm proud of you. Stay there. Stay there as long as you can. Forever. He and I went to Connecticut for a family reunion. My dad's family. It's been a long time since I'd seen any of them. Hopefully it was a good thing, Cavendish. Hopefully it was good. A silhouette, but loving it. Good! That's great. Yeah, honestly, our cricket, we've had the same one since 2019. And it's still kicking. Like, our cricket has just been going through all of the... like, all of the stickers I've made for Patreon, I've made on the same cricket. And it is just amazing. I don't know how it's still going through. It's like the best piece of hardware I've had in years. It just doesn't give up. It keeps going. It doesn't give me any guff. If it does, it's like a little hiccup or something, and I can easily fix it, but it's never kaput on me. Really good hardware. I don't know anything about them, so I don't know what to get or what I need. That's what my mentorships are for. I'm just saying, if you ever want a mentorship, I can hook you up. I can tell you how to make your own stickers and junk. Pretty easy, honestly. It would probably be like 1 or 2 calls with me, and I can lead you through how to do it using mine. Making stickers is something I love to do. Yeah, it's fun. Like I said, it's a power trip for some reason. I don't know why. It depends on your budget and goals. It does, yeah. And I had to make sure I knew I'd pay it off or be able to pay for it before I even bought it, because it was kind of a money sink. But if you're going to buy one, try to make it coincide with like a holiday like sale. Like I think I got mine for a Father's Day sale at I don't know if it was a Michael's or a Hobby Lobby or some crap. I mean, Hobby Lobby also has those, as much as I dislike Hobby Lobby, they have those 40% off coupons. I think they apply to Cricut products. Don't quote me on that. But even so, like you can usually get one pretty well marked down. And I've got a maker. It's a Cricut maker. And it works fine. We actually, we did a yard sale back in June, I want to say. I don't know if it was June. It was sometime early summer. And it was a town-wide one. And we got these newsletters that explained, you know, what each house had. Because each house had to, like, you know, submit what they've got. You know, and ours was the only one that had, like, manga, comics, D&D, all this stuff. But one of the houses had a Cricut for sale. And I was like, oh, we should go get that. Because, you know, if ours ever does go out, then we'll have a backup right away, right? And it's probably decent condition and all that. Because usually housewives will buy one, you know, to try to start a little small business or something. And then it just doesn't work out. So they've got this brand new thing that just sits around. And when they decide to sell them, they usually just want them gone. So they're usually marked down really nice. So that's exactly what happened. And Gabe grabbed it and it was only $60. But the catch is it was a Cricut, God, what is it called? It's the cake one. It's meant for cutting fondant and stuff. But before we actually grabbed it, we made sure it can also cut paper. And it can. So we've got one that can cut fondant and paper. But I mean, $60. That's a good price for a Cricut. So can't go wrong there. It's been a nice quiet year for us, doing a lot of it's local and having staycations, trying to relax. I've noticed, Kat, I love your stories. They look so fun. It's like you guys are just going on like tiny adventures that look like they're, you know, they're budget friendly and still doing the trick. I don't know. I love it. I love seeing people happy. It's been a nice change from the chaos that is on the internet and all that. So keep putting them up. I love seeing them. Also, Kat, I'm very sorry your thing is late still. I know. I'm trying to get through all the ones I still have to do. It's weird because it's like I have no time, but it's like if somebody's like, well, where did it go? I'm going to be like, man, I don't even know. I got a planner recently, like a new one, because I'm like, okay, I got to start writing down what I've been doing every day because I'll just work. It'll be the end of the day. And if anybody asks me, well, what'd you do today? I'd be like, I don't know. I have no idea. I know I did a million things, but I could not tell you what. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Does that happen to anybody else? This is not the right. Shoot. Also, if I seem out of breath, it's true because, like, I haven't talked this much in over a year. I'm telling you, this one brush is like, this is the brush. Every time I'm like, oh, this other brush doesn't work, I'm going to try my old brush. And I go back and look at that. It's working. I feel like there's a brush you'll always have that even if it doesn't make any sense for the space or where you're using it, you can still make it work. It's like that's your brush. That's your guy. This is a 6 Blick. Some. Cakes with artistic fondant. Yeah, and you can just eat them. I'll just send a flat fondant thing. Sure, sketch. Definitely, share it. Sales are the best time. Yeah. Thank you, Fire Seal. I miss you. I hope you're doing good. Thanks again for being a patron, homie. You're helping me like more than you know. Oh, speaking of Patreon, I did put up a how to make an art book tutorial for anybody who's curious about that whole process. Not to mention I have a section in it that talks about all the things that can go wrong with your copies when you get them, because I think that's important to see you know, what to expect if a printer goes wrong. And I got the worst batch of printed books I've ever gotten, probably about a month ago at this point, and it was bad. I've got pictures on that post, but it had like glue everywhere. I don't even know how they shipped this. This obviously didn't go through any sort of quality assurance, but there was just glue all over it. There was offset text and images throughout everything. There was one part that had another book that was printed on top of my book. And I took the most angry video I've ever took, but I mean, I tried not to be mean. You know, I tried to not care in it, but I hate that term too. I tried not to be a jerk about it, but at the same time, there were 30 books. I could use maybe 3 of them. It was really bad. So I show pictures of that and what to do if that happens. I tell how to go through your drawings, how to clean them up. I don't get technical, like how to actually use Photoshop to do it. I say some tech specs, but most of it is just like how to go about it in case you want to use, you know, your own printer at home or something else. You know. Was it in Discord, Sketch? Can I just open up Discord, or is this a different Discord? Oh, cool. It's like a lace coffin thing. That's awesome. Did you go off of a template for that, or did you think of that? That's amazing. Kat, I wasn't going to say anything. I haven't forgotten, Kat, believe me. I have all my commissions that are still outstanding listed on a giant whiteboard. So I've never forgotten any of them. I owe probably about 6 past patrons on my Dandikin tier things. At least 1 each, if not 2. I still have 40 pet portraits. And I've got a few things like yours, Kat, that's kind of an outlier commission, so don't worry, you'll get it. It's just when you get it, who knows. I'm trying. I've been able to start picking away at them at least now. I have a better grip on things. Last year, I didn't have a grip on anything, if I'm being completely honest. I felt like my time was up in the air. I couldn't. It was hard. I went through some health things. I'm still going through them, but I've at least got a better view on it. But overall, last year was very hard, and it's still really hard. So I apologize. I'm still trying to navigate what's going on in my brain and what's going on in life. Honestly, the election's not helping, so there's that. But here we go. Print on demand author copies of her book. Oh, I missed something else. When I was working, there's a guy who asked, "What's the time card cost?" Because it takes me over an hour. What? What's the time card code I'm supposed to use for the time I spend filling out my time card? Oh my god, for real? Cavendish, that guy asked that? Why does it take him over an hour? Honestly, Cavendish, 1 isn't so bad. It's like if they screw up half of them, you have to demand they replace them for sure. Typically, what's normal is if there are a few that are messed up, quality assurance will catch that, and then they'll print an extra couple, and then they'll also give you the messed up ones, so that you know that, you know, like if you ordered 10 and 3 of them were messed up, you should be getting 13 where they've printed the extra 3. That's what should happen. But that last one I got was just terrible. It's really good, Sketch. You did an amazing job. It looks amazing. Yeah, right, Cavendish? It was so bad. And like, I show a side view of all the books stacked on top of each other. And, you know, the glue binding for Perfect Bound, it's supposed to be, the cover is like a C shape, right? And then all the signatures glue in, and it's supposed to be flat in there against the spine, right? These were like that and just diagonal and all over the place, which means that when they cut it, all the pages were like slanted and coming out. So that means all of the pictures inside are also going like that. So it's like, man, that's really bad. I mean, they righted their wrong and they rushed me another 30, but I was like, God damn it, this is terrible. It's too many. I know, Kat, I'm with you. I'm so with you. It's so bad. Oh, you did, Cavendish? Good. First one you checked. Yeah, it always feels that way. I get really bad anxiety when I'm about to open up a new like print order. It's bad. Because I always just know something's going to be screwed up. Like, my standards are so stupid high on a lot of things that I just know. I'm like, man, something's going to be wrong, and then I'm going to have to make a fuss, and I hate making a fuss. I've also noticed it's like you have to put on a certain amount of pressure. Because if you don't put on enough, then they don't feel exactly the you know, the push to make it look right, you know? But if you put on too much, then who knows, they might get vengeful and make the next one bad, you know? I mean, granted, they're a company and they shouldn't do that, but you never know. I mean, there are some companies that don't care about how they look, like Sticker Mule. And no one used Sticker Mule anymore. They went off the deep end. Not a good company. I never did, but I know people that do. If you do, don't do it anymore. If you want some cheap, good quality stickers, Gabe's company actually makes stickers. Workout, my standards are low and I still end up disappointed about everything. Oh, sketch, no. I mean, it's a good tactic, though, if we're being completely logical about it. Because then, you know, if you're always expecting the worst, you'll always be either not surprised or you'll be happier. Like, from a strategic standpoint, it makes sense. But, you know, it's not a good way to go about things wholly. But you're there, you know. I get it. I'm with you. I understand. Oh, okay, Kat. Hopefully it's a good thing. Now I've got anxiety about it. Should I look now or... It is a survival tactic, 100%, and it was probably learned, you know. I get that. Trauma does that to you. I'm with you. I get it. I feel it. I've been there with you. And it's not fair, but that's where we're at. I feel like a lot of people have it, though, and a lot of people understand. Like, if you mention it, they'll be like, oh yeah, no, I get you. Oh goodness, Cat. Supposed to be gaming today. Oh, that's right. You usually do game on Saturdays, don't you? Saturdays. Screwed that up. Hold on. I read half your thing and had to look back because it started to bleed. Hold on. I will look back in a moment. I gotta disperse all this water. Kat, I saw some of your message. I'm gonna vaguely respond to it, so it's not too, you know, whatever. I would rather do it for you, because I want to do it for you still. But, I can also do the other thing, too, because it's been so long, I could probably give you a free one. Go to sleep later. So I got to sleep. Oh, you got to sleep and watch your stream making bacon. Honestly, Cavendish, maybe it was meant to be. Have you been doing them a lot lately? Like going like to these party things? I forget what just friend hangs, I guess. Pretty consistently, because maybe it was time for like everybody to just take a break. Maybe this came at the best time. Anyone who says differently are trying to sell you something. It's true. Wise words. Wise words indeed. So here's a little fun. It's not fun. I'm lying. It's not fun at all. Here's a little tidbit. This is the third or fourth personal thing I've been able to do this entire year. I've drawn 3 that I can think of things for myself this year. That is the lowest I've ever drawn for myself in the most recent years. I can't even. God. No, I don't know if I've ever drawn that low. Like all my drawings, I've drawn more than that every day of my life. Like every year of my life. Sorry. It's ridiculous. And like I said, I don't even know how I'm so busy and I'm not making tons of money. Like, I don't get it. I'm so busy, but I don't know what I'm doing. Please tell me I'm not crazy for that, because I feel crazy that I don't have, what am I showing for that? I don't know. Can I even tell anybody what I've done? No, I don't know. What have I done? I think I could eventually show you the map, at least, but honestly, it's like, when you say, yeah, I've spent a year on this image, and you show it to somebody, and they're like, oh, huh, a whole year? It's like, yeah, but it's like, I wasn't drawing that whole time. It'd be like 3 weeks in between feedback cycles or something. It's ridiculous. I get to hang out with you, so I think it's a 1. Oh, Cavendish, you are so sweet. Hey, if you end up feeling out that scammer, I think that might be worth your time. Just knowing he's a scammer and trying to kind of play with him and figure out what his new tactics are. Because what they used to do, and I wanted to tell you this yesterday, but honestly I didn't want to type it all. But what they used to do is you'd get a message and they'd be like, hi there, I'm interested in your artwork and I want to buy an original for my wife. What do you have available? And they always refuse to go on your website to look. I don't know what's up with that. If you're trying to scam me, at least put in the effort, But they'll say that and they'll be like, what do you have available? And you're like, oh, can you go on my website? And they'll be like, can you just show me a couple of your favorite pieces or whatever? And maybe that gets you supposedly invested in it. I don't know. They've probably got some stupid psychology behind it. But after that, they're like, oh, okay, well, I'd like to purchase these ones, and are you okay if I send you, a digital check or, a check in the mail? Never do that crap. If somebody won't buy something straight off, the internet, and they want to send you, cash or something, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever do that. That's obviously a scam. But yeah, since they were saying a virtual thing, that's where I'm confused. It's almost like they want to, I don't know, use your thing for an NFT or something and scam you that way. That's new to me. I haven't had somebody try to scam me like that. Honestly, probably because my exposure has been so low still on social media. I basically gave up on social media. Since last time we talked, remember how bad it was? We were talking about it. It never got better, and I just post now about certain things. If I do post art, I do it on my Patreon. Man, things aren't what they used to be. Blah, blah, blah. Random friends ask me about art. Exactly. Yeah, no, that's red flags up and down the aisle. Don't do it. It's just really weird. I mean, you never know. Even if it was a friend doing it, they probably got, hacked. I can't tell you how many Facebook groups that I was in or Facebook pages I follow that have recently just, like change their name, and all of a sudden all their posts are gone, and now they have all these other posts about just, you know, AI crap, or just stuff that it was like a homesteading group or some crap, and now it's just full of celebrity news. It's like, I didn't follow that. I know I didn't. You know, it used to be like gardening, and now it's, you know, what are Brad and Jen doing now? And it's like, Brad and Jen, what the fuck? I don't know. But yeah, anyway. How about asking them more about what they wanted? A conclusion would probably just be where I block them. Yeah, true. But like I said, I wonder if they do that to me, I'll feel it out, because I want to know how they're trying to scam people now. Another one that I did get scammed for, maybe a few months back at this point, somebody was like, hey, can you help me? And it's like, okay, what do you need help with? I just need you to log into this thing and grab this and come back out and whatever. Like, they were asking me to log into something, and I was like, no. What? No. That's ridiculous. No. And I think that one was a phishing one, like, obviously. And then if you ever get a text that's like, your USPS package cannot be delivered, blah, 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 those are scams. Your Amazon package cannot be delivered, scam. Don't do any of that stuff. She had someone who wanted to buy a bunch of her and sent her a Chase Bank cashier's check. Yeah. See, anything that's not normal, I wouldn't do that, you know? Like, is this legit? And they were like, no, the logo's in the wrong place. Yeah. See, it's stuff like that. Just don't do it. Because, I mean, there's so many options to pay electronically now. If somebody can't do that, red flag. 100%. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Oh, hi, Alice. Remembering my Twitch password. I've been watching with Parker last 30 minutes. Oh, I miss you, Alice. How are you? It sounds like voluntary infector machine was... Exactly. Yeah. Man, it's been... I don't know. It's not even like scams are getting smarter. They're not. I don't know. I don't even know what person is over there like, what should the next scam be? You know? My God. And Gabe and I are trying to figure out, he's been working overtime a lot, so he's been getting a lot of extra, like, money, which most of the time we're putting towards our bills. We're doing really good on paying off debt, which I'm really proud of. But, we haven't, like, gone anywhere or done anything for a long time, so we were trying to figure out if there's a way, you know, we can easily, like, do a quick little, like, Airbnb getaway with the dogs, because honestly, we can't do anything nowadays with the dogs without the dogs. Like, Gabe's family lives too far away. We don't have enough money to, like, board them. So we can't usually go anywhere unless we bring the dogs. So there's a lot of Airbnbs, luckily, that allow for dogs. And I just wanted to go to someplace like on a lake and just get out of the house, because I'm in the house all the time. All the time. Every day. And it gets old. Granted, I'm with the dogs all the time. I love my dogs, don't get me wrong. I love my dogs like crazy. But I'm a little sad we can't, like, do, getaways, like, without the dogs. Because like I said, his family lives really far away in all the directions. So it's like we can never really find someone to watch them. And we live in a pretty rural area, if I'm being completely honest. So, oh well, do what you can with what you got, right? We have no social life anymore, which, I mean, I do miss people a lot, and I want to spend time with people, but you just can't sometimes, I guess. There's stretches of life where I guess it's just not in the cards. Job scams. Oh no. That sucks, Kat. I hate that people prey on, like, you know, others that are in, I mean, obviously they're trying to find a job, so they need help, like myself. Like, you shouldn't prey on people like that. I hate that job scams even exist like that. I almost got scammed by one once. It was like 2 years ago. And it was pretty good. The one red flag that I was like, nope. If they ever ask you to talk to them through Telegram, don't do it. Don't do it. There should be, like, you know, legitimate emails, phone numbers, and stuff. The thing that sucks, though, is that they can actually make profiles and things on LinkedIn that say they're the person that they say they are, or it just, you know, they just take the identity of somebody that is that person on LinkedIn, so they exist, and they might have all their contacts, and it looks legit because it is legit, but they're claiming to be that person. So watch out, because those ones are pretty bad, because they seem like real. It's no good. Never click links in text emails. Good. You shouldn't. And always check the email, and if it's not the direct domain, you know, don't do it. Yeah, no kidding, Cavendish. That's weird. Oh, thank you, Helene. Tell her everybody in America knows her name now. Because that recent hurricane we had. It was crazy because we had that hurricane and then, like, we had 2 others back to back. I'm good. Finished my 6 months of working for free. Ugh. Alice, what? So now I'm just studying for the boards. I have a month left until my first try. I need to pass it. Darn it. So we're doing practice tests. I have my practical experience in the hospital's not the right answer. Hopefully December. Oh gosh. December is good though. That's pretty soon. Alice, I'm so proud of you. You hung in there like a total champ. You were doing so good. Your schooling has taken a long time, but man, you've been a trooper the whole way. You're doing awesome. Think of all the things you know. You know so much. You help so many people. Perfect, Cavendish. I don't do virtual visits. Do they just not respond to you? Helene, I really like your little phone cases you've been making. They're really cool. You do a really good job. Man, I really did get on that Mudang kick, but I feel like it's already over. I honestly thought it would keep going until she got bigger and, you know, out of her cute baby phase, but man, I think it's already over. Either way, I wanted to draw fat hippos because who doesn't want to draw fat hippos? Let's be honest. You're welcome, Alice. You deserve it, man. I really hope you land a bitchin' job that pays you a ton of money. So you deserve it. You've been working so hard. The entire time I've known you, which I met you at, I think, 2016 New York Comic Con, right? It was 2016? Because I didn't even have my Cloverkin branding yet. I think I got that in 2017. Oh, thank you, Azakor. How are you? It's been a minute. Yeah, this is my first stream since last year in August, so sorry. It's been a while. I just can't find time to. And I have no personal crap to do. Like, that was the thing. It's like, well, I could stream, but I literally don't have anything right now that I can do, and I don't have the time to do it, so what do? And then I just shut myself down. I'm like, no, I can't do it right now. It sucks. Hopefully I can find more time to stream. But like I said, it would have to start being things that I owe people, which honestly, I should do that. I just feel like I don't do as good of a job as I would if I was just fully concentrating on a piece. Which honestly, that's true. But then I guess the person does get sort of a process video of it. So there's a trade-off. But the pet portraits, I don't know. I don't necessarily want to do those on stream because, man, something's happened. Something's shifted in people where they feel a lot more sensitive about things that they get now. And I know this is super vague and I'm not being helpful at all, but I've noticed a shift in customers in general where they get their things and they don't post about them anymore. They don't show like reveals or anything. Does that make sense? Like I used to have people that would get their pet portraits and they'd take a video of the person opening them, or they'd send pictures of themselves with it and they're happy about it, or they'd at least post on social media like, here's my portrait, this is great, blah, blah, blah. I haven't had anybody do that for at least 2 years now. And something happened. I don't know if people are just... I somewhat feel like people are just over social media in general. How do you guys feel about that? Do you kind of feel that too, that social media has just... it's run its course? It's not as exciting for people anymore, and they realize that if they go on it, it's more of a detriment than, a pick-me-up, I guess. Interested to know how you feel, because that's how it looks to me, but then again, I'm just in a house all day, so. Yeah, okay, Alice. So yeah, it was probably 2016 NYCC. We've almost been friends for 10 years. In 2 years, it'll be 10 years. That's nuts. So crazy. A baby? Holy wow. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about having a baby? That's crazy. Babies are a trip, man. I feel bad because we had to miss one of my friend's weddings. I think it was in June, because we have a brand new nephew. I have a nephew. My husband has it's still a nephew. My nephew turned 1 at the beginning of June, and he had a little cute party, but he's just this, God, he's adorable. I'm not a baby person, but he is very cute. I almost want to show you guys a picture of him. Like I said, I'm not a baby person, but he is very cute. But he had his birthday, so we got to see him for his birthday. But he was so cute. Oh, good, I do have him. His name is Mateo, but I nicknamed him Matato. And it's cute because he looks a lot like Gabe. He's so cute. It's cute because all his siblings, like Gabe's siblings, all kind of look like him. But like this kid really, like, he looks like him. It's so cute. But he's cool. He's cool so far. He's not like an asshole kid, so I'm cool with that. As long as he's not an asshole, I'll be his friend. But yeah, kids, it's crazy. It's like 1 second there's no human there, and then there is one. I don't know. But yeah, congrats, Azakor. That's crazy. Your social media is focused on people I like, so I don't have that vibe. Kat, that's a good thing. Keep it like that as long as you can. Facebook shows you more ads than it does your friends' posts. Also true. Over social media, but maybe that's just me. I think it's everybody, man. I don't think it's just you. Know how things are going on Instagram. Same old, same old. The algorithm's just fucked. I even tried doing just reels now and doing really crappy, like 10-minute animations just so I can turn a still image into a reel, just so I have a reel, and they don't do any better. I don't know. I also still think my account is like super shadow banned or something. Something's wrong with it. I actually had tried to get through to Meta aka Facebook, a while back and like, hey, my account is seriously bugged. You know, can you guys see anything on your end or figure out anything? And it took them 1.5 years to get back to me about it. And they're like, we tried a lot of different things, but you do have something up with your account. We can't figure out what it is. And I was like, great. Okay. So then I tried to make another Instagram account that was like Cloverkin Art instead of Cloverkin. And I think I got one post in and I was like, I don't care about this anymore. Like, I didn't want to start a brand new hustle trying to, you know, just start it again. I got so discouraged about it. And I was like, you know, maybe this era is just over and I need to just accept that. You know, it's just done. I've also kind of burned down my Twitter. It's now just meant for me to look at political crap and retweet cute things and maybe post art once in a while, but usually it's just information about my Patreon. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a burn down. It's all dead. We will have to celebrate. Absolutely. I'll draw little chibis of us. How about that? Maybe we can throw in Parker. Maybe. Go through the gauntlet of sleep deprivation. See, that's one of those things I would not make a good parent for. God bless Gabe, because when our dog was a puppy, he was the guy getting up, you know, every 2 hours taking out the dog. And then I'd get a shift later on, but I can't miss sleep. I turn into a heinous bitch if I don't get sleep. So he was a prince about that. Granted, he's basically a prince about everything, but you guys know. Gabe's like the best dude in the world. Still the best guy. Imagine that. A guy who stays a good guy. Crazy. Sorry about my allergies. See a lot of artists struggling. Yeah. And, you know, some of us end up begging for some exposure, like, hey, please share my stuff. And it just doesn't matter. It sucks. Because it's like, if your engagement isn't, like, consistently hitting or viral, they just don't even, you know, they don't give you a bone or anything. Right, Kat? That's how I'm starting to feel about my nephew. He's a cutie. I would like to, like, Gabe and I get excited about, like, giving him toys and showing him cool things, but, like, we would never want a kid. You know? We're just not parent people. We don't want that. We're too kid-like ourselves, where we'd probably blow it somehow. And we're just too selfish. We like our time. We like what we do. We like having our hobbies. We like spending too much money on food and fun. I don't know. Someone made a spoof account of you on Twitter? Oh no. They're not trying to smear you, are they, Cavendish? Like, what are they doing? Like, do you know who it is? Do they not like you? Why would they be doing this? I would think the only reason somebody would make a spoof account is to try to smear your rep, but you're a good guy. Why would they do that? Yeah, chibified D&D. 5 hours sleep with your tooth. No, Cat, no. Can't be a parent. Yeah. I mean, some of us care more about, you know, kind of staying where we're at if we can find stability than throwing a wrench in it with a kid. But some people are meant to be parents. I will stand by that. I know a few people that, man, they are amazing parents. And they were truly meant to have kids. And I think that's great. I mean, that's like being happy for anybody that finds their calling. I think you have to rejoice a little bit about that. Especially if it's your buddies. Like, hell yeah. You got another little you. And sometimes they have, you know, cool kids. Like, typically if you have friends and they're cool, you would hope their kid is cool. People change after marriage is my wife's running joke, who's amazing. Yeah, that's another weird one too. I think that might be true for some people who, weren't really friends to begin with. I don't know. I have my own feelings about that sort of thing, where it's like you really have to be best friends before you get married and all that. And I think feeling out as much about each other, how they sleep, how they eat, all that stuff before getting married is so important. I know religion plays a part in it for some people, but man, if you don't find that stuff out, you're just inviting, bad things in. Like learning that somebody has a certain tic that drives you nuts and maybe is a red flag. Like, maybe they smoke at night and you never knew they smoked because you only saw them during the day. Or I don't know. Crap like that. It's like you gotta find out about people before you let them into your life, especially nowadays. People are getting weirder. It's getting scarier. I don't know. Yeah, how you handle money. That's huge. Totally. Sophia, how are you? Oh my goodness. I know it's been over a year for me to stream. I'm sorry. But it's been nonstop. And I can't even tell you what's happened. It's been a blur. I've just been trying to make money at every chance I get, which leaves no time for anything. I'm still trying to find a job 2 years later. Like, it's a thing. It's a whole thing. I just really miss having a W-2. I'll be honest. The Schedule C 1099 junk is wearing on me. Granted, I love working from home. Don't get me wrong. And I love being my own boss and stuff. And if I could keep this thing going, man, I totally would. But it's gotten harder. Reporting that they are spoofing you requires to take pictures of your government ID and a cell phone. Weird. Yeah, but Fricka, you're such a good parent that I could never see you, like, having a problem with it, And your kids are cool, so there's that too. Yeah, Cavendish, that sounds really tough. I don't know how you'd prove that either. And submitted it. Oh. Yeah, so Kat, if you have like a 40-hour a week, 9 to 5 type job, in the US we get W-2s. That's like, it proves that you've paid taxes throughout the year. Like they automatically pull it out of your checking, all that stuff. It's a job. But a Schedule C or a 1099 is basically like, as a self-employed artist, you have this form you fill out and you're like, yeah, so I did all this money. And you just throw on all the stuff you've done and kind of explain it that way. And, to prove to the government, oh, I made money here and here, so don't sue me or whatever. Don't audit me, because all the companies you did contract work for, they're reporting that you worked for them. So then you have to report that you worked for them or else you're, tax fraud, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I've worked with a lot of companies this year, but it's just, I don't know. It's a whole thing. I just miss being able to fill out one form. Make it simple. But like I said, at the same time, I like my freedom. I don't know. It's tough. Tough call. It's nice to see you again too, Sophia. I hope you've been good. See? And now everything's easier, Alice. You guys have already been through, like, thick and thin, so everything's easy now. Nothing can compare to being stuck into COVID when you were learning about each other. It's getting so frustrating. Oh, it's a T4 for Canadians. Oh, there you go. Sophia is our resident Canadian with you, Kat, so maybe she knows both. But yeah, one's basically a freelance form and the other one's like a 40-hour week solid job form. Trying to get some topography in here so you can see where a hill is, where a hill isn't, and then I'll go over it after. I know it's a mess. Man, I'm telling you, I haven't painted. This is my first time painting since the last stream. So, over a year. That's why my palette was so full of dust. But you know what? It's still working. Still doing it. It's working fine. It's funny because I'm still weightlifting. I've been weightlifting for almost 2 years now. And I still have trouble with a calorie deficit, so I'm just getting bigger. Just getting, like I've got a lot of muscle, but it just looks like I'm fat. I'm sure all my friends lately have been like, oh my god, she plumped out. It's like, no, man. I could do some crazy shit now, but nobody can see that. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Eventually I'll figure out my calorie deficit, but right now it's like there's stress. So I balance out my eating with weightlifting. Whatever. You do what you can when you can, you know. PayPal and Venmo will report that you made money to the government, so you have to report that properly. Yes, but here's the thing. Make sure you're not using PayPal hooked up to Patreon, because Patreon reports it and PayPal does too. And if you do a double reporting thing, it is hell to separate them. So make sure if you've got Patreon, it's going just straight into your bank account, because then only Patreon will report it. Venmo, though, Venmo hasn't reported anything for me in the past. So it's not like I use it primarily for anything either. I mean, I do when I'm at cons, I offer it as a payment option, but I never make enough where it's an issue, if you know what I mean. So I don't know. Venmo, I kind of see just like cash. I haven't had that be an issue yet, luckily. You're still enjoying the paint? Yeah, I am. I'm enjoying painting, but like I said, I'm kind of out of it. I don't know what I'm doing, but I know what I'm doing. It's one of those things. It's like I feel like right now muscle memory crap is kicking in. Have you tried time-restricted eating? Yeah, that... Again, I think my problem is actually cortisol. Right now, my cortisol from being so stressed is just off the charts. Not to mention I have PCOS, which that's been fun. Not to get into a TMI conversation, but PCOS has given me some extra testosterone, which has been fun. But I've gained weight also due to that, which that is a whole nother animal when it's hormone based, and like doctors are terrible at figuring out hormones. I don't know how to explain it, but it's been a whole journey. I've been to like 5 different doctors about hormones and trying to figure it out. Women's clinics, regular clinics, all over the place. It's a thing. So I hope nobody else out there has PCOS. It sucks. I mean, it's purely like a lady hormone thing, but it sucks. Yeah, man, cortisol, no joke. I even meditate too, and it doesn't even help. I'm guessing it's the pet portraits just at one point sent me into overdrive, but also I have all these weird food allergies that popped up. I touched on this, I think, the last time we talked, but like I can't have dairy, can't have eggs, can't have yogurt, which is basically fine because I was vegan for a while, but then like all this stuff kicked in. I can't have gluten, can't have a whole bunch of stuff, so I went back to eating meat, which, that's been its own problem. But I'm not happy about any of it. I miss the old way I used to eat, you know? I don't know. So I've been navigating that, and that's been hell. It seems like every once in a while I'll kick off some sort of food intolerance I didn't know I had. It's like, what is this? No, I wanted to eat that. Come on. What is this, number 7? You know, like, I don't know. It's been frustrating. It's weird because I went to an allergist, and the only thing I'm actually allergic to, the only thing, is like ragweed, mold, and dust, like seasonal allergies. Like, they were the only things that came up as allergies. But she is like, you might have, you know, intolerances that aren't coming up. Like if you're getting bloated and hives and stuff and rashes, which I am, you know, they won't show up necessarily on the test, but you've obviously got a reaction to them. And I was like, yeah. So if anybody out there is feeling that too, don't feel crazy. You might also have just intolerances that don't come up. I'm gonna have to soften that later. Okay. I think we're at a good point here for the underpainting thing. I'm using today as kind of a mental health, like, art day. Really, because I need it. I was like, I have to slow down. I have to do something for me. I've only drawn 3 things this year. I put up 2 of them on my website if anybody wants them. One's a frog witch, which is the clover card for this month. And the other one is a casting blind mouse. There's another one. Unless I'm counting this. I don't know if I am. Parker became lactose intolerant after appendicitis. No! It's been an adjustment. That sucks. From what Gabe's told me, appendicitis sucks. He got it when he was, like, way young. And apparently before they do what they do now, he's got this giant gash in his stomach. It's a pretty cool scar, if I'm being completely honest. He's got a sweet scar from it, but yeah, he got his taken out before technology caught up. So it's a wicked scar. Hopefully Parker's not, like, doesn't have a scar, because he said it hurts sometimes. But that sucks, he's lactose intolerant. I wonder why that is. Yeah, Zakor, I'm happy to see you too. You're so sweet. Thank you. That means a lot. I appreciate that. It's nice to hear that people want to see me. It's one of those things, man. It's been a minute. You know, I should actually probably make this green so it looks like a vine. But then again, no, then it would blend in with the background. No, I'm not going to do that. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you know the gender yet? Boy, girl? I guess to start with. You were a brave soul for becoming a parent. Props to you, my friend. It's a boy, but it's a secret. That's fair. That's fair. You keep your names. His was robot assisted. Whoa. Oh yeah? One of your favorite books, huh? That's cute. I'm glad you guys have, like, the same favorite book. Or one of them. That's sweet. You hear so often couples that have favorite video games together, but some reason favorite books sounds almost more romantic. Really? Oh, that's so sweet. We're going purple on these boys, because these pygmies. Pygmy hippos like Moodang. Moodang! Also, I think the reading aloud to a partner thing is extremely like hot and intimate. I think that's really cool that you guys do that. I think that's a really underrated form of spending time together. Gabe and I do it seldom, but when we do it, it's like such a sweet thing. I don't know. Sweetness, man. Never underestimate sweetness. Isn't it? I agree. So rewarding, so sweet. Such an easy way to just spend time together and appreciate each other's company. Plus, you're getting skills. So, when is that bad? Yeah. Oh, Gabe and I did start playing Pokemon again. Oh, that opened a bad door for me. I have a gambling problem. In terms of opening booster packs. It's okay, though. We didn't go down any road that is too dark. But it's really nice because it's something that we can do really quickly and pick up and play, like, 20-minute, half an hour Pokemon game. He wanted to start getting into leagues again, too. So, because he doesn't get much, like, people time, and Gabe's more of a people person than I am, and we don't have any friends out here, and, it's rural. So, he was like, well, might as well go start, looking around. So, we're close to Davenport, and Davenport has some nice game shops that have, like, Friday Night Magic and Pokemon tournaments and things. So we've been practicing so he can start going to those, which is so fucking cute. But Pokemon's still fun, man. It's just, man, there are so many things they've added. I haven't played in at least 10 years. Last time I played, I think it was with my ex-husband. But it was a while ago. Shit, it must have been longer than 10 years at this point. I keep forgetting what year it is. Times are crazy. It's also ready to give birth any day. Oh, wow. So many babies. RPG books during a moment of manic OCD. Got pretty far along but didn't finish. Letters S on our piles on our dining room table. Isn't that fun when you start a project like that on a dime and you're like, oh God, you get halfway through it and you're like, this was way bigger of an undertaking than it first seemed when I started. And then, they just kind of sit around. We've got probably 4 projects just kind of sitting around in the house. And it's like, man, they'll get their moment when we get some time for them. But it's like, then you have to, like, you get, let's say, 45 minutes one night. And you're like, okay, I can spend that either chilling with my partner, playing like a Pokemon game, or we can organize whatever. And it's like, man, with levels of stress lately, you're always going to take the fun one, I mean, what other choice is there? You gotta do mental health, right? I'm wondering if my camera's dusty. Maybe that's part of the reason it's not too bad, actually. Here. Focus. I'll try to move it around more and have it zoomed in. I hate that it's like, There we go. Oh no, buddy, why'd you get all blotchy? I'm gonna have to babysit this one up here for a minute. This one's being weird for some reason. Napping over anything. I hear that. That's the other thing that was a red flag for me. I don't usually nap or get tired during the day, but after I eat a certain food, usually it's something that has like enriched bleach flour, aka the worst flour you can fucking ingest. It knocks me out. Like if I had a flour tortilla, I'd be out in 20 minutes. I don't get it. It knocks me on my ass. I have the weirdest things now. I want to say it's been fun figuring these things out, but it absolutely has not. It's like, oh, I have hives now. All right, what did I eat in the past day? It's like, God. The other day I had one of those sleeps where you wake up and you like have no idea what day it is. And as cool as those are, they're also like absolutely horrifying in a way. It's like, how did I forget that much in just that much time? Like, does this mean I'm getting older or something? Like, what does that mean? Like, what planet am I on even? Oh my gosh, all these babies. I think I'm just gonna go for it and do a whole bunch of green and yellow. F it. F it, y'all. Thank you, Fricka. I forget about your time difference. Thanks for showing up. I miss you, friend. Does anybody else do this? Like you mock trying it before you do it to see if it's the right brush? That should work okay. Oh, Cavendish. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Didn't get enough pigment. Oh well. I don't even know if you'll be able to see this really. Just gonna go over it first. And then we'll go in, chisel it away, all that. And eventually a lot of this is going to be, oh no, that's really thick. A lot of it'll be blue-green, but for the moment. Because you want to do this stuff that's getting hit by the sun first. And then you can go in and, you know. So let's see. Let's make a line there. We'll do this. So the ones at the top, I'm gonna end up making like these big leaves right here covering up the rope. Those are gonna end up being more of a blue-green like the bottom ones. Because when things are in shadow, they get more blue or purple or, you know, just a cooler shade. And then the things in the sun get hotter, literally. Like it's a brighter yellow or, you know, usually it's just yellow. You don't want to add white or black. Never add white or black. You're gonna wash out your whole thing. Oh god, you didn't even see the top. See, this is the problem with me zooming in. How many years have I been doing this, y'all? Since what, 2017 I've been streaming? Still do this crap. I swear to God. There's some things you just can't stop doing. This one I'm going to still make it a little green. Now you can't see that because I jumped down here. I just jump around too much. I was thinking about the places I've lived in the past like 10 years and all the places we've jumped around to. And one of the cool places we lived was in Oshkosh in Wisconsin. After we moved out of Von House, we lived in Oshkosh, and it was this little tiny town, but it had this really cool gaming presence there. Like, one of the people that I met after the fact, which is funny, but she owns a game shop in Oshkosh, and I was so bummed because I didn't find out about her or her shop until we moved away. But I think we had even gone into it, and you know, we didn't even know her or anything, but she became one of my patrons, which is crazy. But yeah, I was like, we just moved from Oshkosh when I met her, and she was like, what? Are you serious? I was like, yeah, that's so weird. I don't even remember how she found me. I don't think it was a con. Just weird things. Weird things. Like, what are the odds of that? It's weird too, because that town we moved to it, and it was very, I want to say, we thought it didn't have much, because we were used to being able to, you know, see all these like food places and Targets and things like that, and we were like, oh man, this place doesn't have much. And then we moved to where we are now, and we don't even have like a Target. We've got a Walmart. That's basically it. We don't even have a Chipotle or anything really like crazy. We have this knockoff place called Mexibro, which honestly I've learned to like more because it has a lot less sodium than Chipotle. And I've been like watching sodium intake and sugar intake and all that crap the past year or two. Obviously, because all my diet crap. But yeah, we have all these other places. I mean, we've got like Pizza Huts and KFCs and things like that. But yeah, we don't have any, what do you call it? Fast casual dining? I don't know, whatever Chipotle is considered. It's like higher class fast food or some crap. Oh, Alice, you're gonna hate me. It's digital lines. These lines are 100% a Clip Studio stabilized pencil. I want them to still seem a little rough and not so like smooth. So I used the pencil brush in Clip Studio, but then I printed it on cold press. Actually, this is hot press. I told Gabe to give me cold press. Ugh, I love my husband, but damn it, this is supposed to be cold press. But yeah, sorry, I got really into that stroke. But yep, digital lines printed on watercolor paper. I actually tinted them brown too, but I don't know. Once you start painting on it, it kind of disappears. I mean, now that it's hot press, I guess I can go back over it again. If you go over cold press with like a pencil or something, it's really, you just can't actually. So I guess I'm happy he didn't do cold press, because this line art wouldn't have done well on that, and retracing it would have been a biatch. Yep, you just print it out. Yeah. They definitely can handle watercolor paper. As long as it's not like a laser printer. So a laser printer uses toner, which is a powder, and usually a laser printer sucks in paper and puts it around these drums in these rolls, and it like goes through all these rolls and things. So you can't do it through there. But if you have a printer where you put it in the top tray and it just goes through it and comes out, you know, the bottom, then you can do it. But not if you have a laser printer. So don't use a laser printer. Your paper will get stuck and might hurt things. Usually you only want to use an inkjet. So there's inkjet printers, laser printers, and thermal printers. Pretty sure that's all there is. I don't know if there's been a new one. But thermal printers print by heating up special paper to where, the whatever you're trying to print comes through that way. Like it's melted on the paper basically. So usually label printers, things like that, those are thermal printers because they heat up the paper in the spots that you want to print. So that's why usually you can't do color, because the only color is black, because that's the paper. Laser printers you can do more with. Like our laser printer has 4 different colors. So it can do a bunch of different colors, but it's still a laser printer, so the quality is crap. If you ever want to print prints, you're going to want an inkjet. God, I'm trying not to get so many lines. Remember, if you're doing watercolor, the biggest thing you should be doing is keeping one stroke if you can. Don't do what I'm doing. Do not do what I'm doing. I'm just trying to fix my fades in here. Print an iron-on using the laser printer. The iron-on paper melted and destroyed the printer. That's about right. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Oh, that poor person. At work, did they have to like reimburse your job because they broke a printer technically? Like, what happened? Oh man. First time painting in a year, and I was like, yeah, let's stream it. Good idea, bro. Fuck it, it's still a good idea. I don't care. Anybody have any fun Halloween plans? I'm so bummed our town like basically doesn't do trick-or-treating house to house. Like I found out most of the kids do this trunk or treat. You guys heard of this? Where it's like a set place where people go and they've got candy in their trunks and people go car to car and trick-or-treat. I didn't know that. Then again, I don't have kids. I barely know anybody with kids. So this is news to me. But apparently that's how they trick-or-treat now, which I get it. If you're still afraid of like razor blades and chocolate, which doesn't make sense anyway. But I mean, if you're afraid of that stuff or people in general, I get it. There are some people who, do take Halloween too far, which, I mean, if their house is cool, cool. But there are some people who are creepy that like do it on purpose, you know, to get like kids. Anyway, there are bad people still out there, is what I'm saying. But, like there's this guy, oh my god. I'm talking specifically about one person. When I was growing up, there's this guy. He was always kind of a creepy dude on our block, but like Halloween, he went all out. And going to his house was always like extremely scary, just because the dude himself was like freaky. He was like just a, I don't know, really shifty, shady dude. But like if you go all out on your house and you're a cool person, that's different. Just don't be a creeper too. Like all year round, or else you won't get the kids. Now, if I was like well into my game right now, and you know, like I was doing this painting, and you know, I've been painting for a while. What I would be doing is making this more of a wash and then dropping in dark things like this. Like some dark grass, I guess. so it could start to kind of blend out. I guess I can do that now. But I would have planned for that and done more of a wash, just so it gets more variance in the colors. But see what I did with the purple? How it was an underpainting, and I was like, oh yeah, and it's going to fade away a bit once I start putting, you know, color on it. And it has. So, but now I'm trying to drop this in, which works for this one, because this patch is still wet. But if I go up to any of these other ones, nah, probably not the same. Parker's making a Halloween movie event for school's film club. Cute! That's really nice of him. Halloween plan is to put a cute outfit on our baby. Hell, man, that's all you gotta do. You got that new baby. That's actually probably shooting for the moon with all the stuff you're gonna have to do. Fox hooded towel. That works. Slap that shit on. Door-to-door soliciting is crazy enough. Kids getting candy from the weirdo who has it in the trunk of his car. Sounds a lot like a kidnapping scene, right? It sounded so weird to me when I first heard about it. But I guess if everybody's doing it and it's like a parking lot full of parents and kids, and they're basically tailgating, trick-or-treating. They're getting them started early. But, you know, if it works, it works. I think about trunk or treat is the parents are all out in one place watching. Yeah, I think that's more of the thing. There's supervision. Parker posted his casting call photo in the Discourse Chit Chat channel. Casting call? Casting call? What are we talking about? Oh! Oh, cool! And I'm guessing... Alice, this is just for in your area, I'm guessing, right? Because you have to be able to, like, go to the thing. He also finds hippos cute. Thank you, Parker. But yeah, you have to be... You're still in New York, aren't you, Alice? Is anybody here in Florida or North Carolina? I have a few friends that are, but they don't do streams. Okay, so maybe type underneath that where it is specifically so people know in the Discord. Halloween's so weird at our house. Opposite side for the street. Long fence with no doors. Oh. Oh no. Do you put up Halloween decorations and have your lights on, Cavendish? Weird. You sound inviting enough. I don't understand. I think they've been told if the lights aren't on or if they don't have any Halloween decor, don't go there. That's I had asked somebody at a grocery store once, like I was talking to like an old lady or something, and she had told me, you know, I thought just having the lights on would be enough. And she's like, no, if you don't have any Halloween decor either, they won't approach you. And I was like, oh, okay. Because we've done decor, we've done no decor, kids still don't come, so I think they're just doing the trick or treat or trunk or treat business. All right, let's do. Do the little... I don't know why I always do this. I always put my water on one side of my painting and the colors on the other side, so I'm constantly going over the piece and could drip at any moment like an idiot. I don't know why I do that. But remember with watercolor, you're supposed to do everything basically in one stroke if possible. Or just take the little bead of water and keep moving it. Because, you know, when you lift up you're not supposed to lift up your brush. But when you do, you've got that little bead of water. And you want to be able to move that wherever you can kind of leave it. Usually you want to like park it in a dark spot, typically. Because, I mean, that's where the pigment's kind of gonna pool. So you want it to pool in a dark spot. Yeah, that works. Get off our butts and decorate. Yeah, it might be too late. Or just like maybe put up 2 signs or something. Get some pumpkins. That might be enough. Oh, Weasel, how are you? I missed you too. I missed everybody. Like, I'm not the type of person to get lonely, but I do miss people, you know? Like, I miss all y'all. Definitely miss you. I do find it weird I don't really get lonely anymore. Like, I'll be completely honest, majority of my day is spent, like, no TV, no music even anymore. I just listen, like, if I can have the window open, I will more than likely just be listening to birds or, like, outdoor noises. I don't know what it is, but there's just so much peace with that, and I do not take that for granted, ever. Ever. I really just love the sound of it. Look at this, I remembered. Right? Sophia, you feel me. Art Day. Oh man, what was Art Day? Jeannie, that's you, right? Were you out looking at murals? You're the only weasel I think I know. Weasel in the best way. Yeah, I don't get lonely because I know Gabe will come home, you know, in a few hours on days where he works, and, you know, I've got the dogs. I don't know, I don't feel lonely. I feel very fortunate that I don't really get that. Like, I don't crave people. But man, silence. Oh, I fucking eat silence for breakfast. Oh. I will try to stream more though. I do like talking to everybody. And I miss doing this. And like I said, I think I should just bite the bullet and start knocking out commissions that aren't the pet portraits on stream. So I really just gotta do it. No murals. Oh, getting together, doing art, clay sculpting, block printing, watercolor, collage. Oh, that is a day. You must be kind of pooped. That's a lot. Which were you doing? Block printing is really fun. I've been wanting to get back into that too. Funny though, it takes time to do things like that. Oh man. When I was at Gen Con, the people I was rooming with, they're old Twitch buddies. You guys remember Wade? Wadeacuff? My buddy Wadeacuff on here? Anyway, I roomed with him and his partner and his brother for Gen Con. I love those guys, they're great. And we got to talking and we had no idea that we all played like Rocket League and Destiny And we were like, what? How have we not known this about each other and we like haven't played together? It was crazy. It's one of those things like, how did we not know this? Like, it's never come up. Like, we've always just talked about art. Me and Wade have. It was just so crazy to just find out, you know, a friend you've had for years. I mean, I think I met him when I was at Von House, so probably around 2017, because that's when I started streaming. Yeah, it's so crazy. So weird. We've yet to all get together for a game, but man, it was a crazy realization. Kitty Shadow had a dental visit this year and had a whole bunch of teeth extracted. Oh no! Cavendish. My Chancho was like that. We had to get a bunch of his done too. I mean, the rescues, it sucks because, you know, I always feel like really guilty bringing them in for their teeth cleaning because it's like, you know, some of it's my fault, but some of it's also the fact they're a rescue, you know? So you can't blame me too much. But he had to take out a bunch, and I'm so sad because he had these awesome little pervy teeth. He was such a little pervo. He had like these front bottom teeth where he'd smile and he'd breathe hard and go and he had these bottom teeth that just made him look like a total pervo. And they had to take him out, and I'm actually really sad about it. Now he has this little snaggle tooth that's really cute, but he's not pervy anymore, and he was just so funny with it. I could probably find a picture, but hold on, maybe I will. Give me a minute. Gen Con was a blast, though. I really love the demographic at Gen Con. The people are great. I hope I get in again another year. Have to find a way to make more pieces, though. Really, I never get time anymore for this stuff, man. Alright, Chacho. Let's see if I can find him doing his pervy grin. Oh, if he's not being pervy, he's being bleppy. He's my blood boy. Come on, pervy man. Oh, that's too far back. Don't worry, I won't take too much time figuring this out. If I can't find one, I can't find one. Okay, you can kind of see him in this. You see how he's got this row of teeth? And then sometimes he'll smile and he lets out these little he's just so pervy. He's cute as hell, but yeah. Now he's got this little snaggle tooth. See, they took all his teeth. All his teeth are gone. Don't worry, that's spit. But he's got this one tooth now. I just miss his little row of, like, chiclets. Oh, poor little guy. Watercolor, of course, the lady block printing made 100 prints on veggies rice-like paper. Oh, cool! Rice paper, right. I've heard of doing that. That sounds awesome. Oh, man. I would love to see what those look like. If you get to see them anywhere, you know, and you feel like posting them in the Discord, I'd love to see them, Jeannie. I think that'd be great. Oh yeah, share Instagrams. For sure. I usually invite that. I feel bad. I totally forgot to do that. Yeah, if you guys want to share each other's Instagrams and things, go for it. I'm almost to the water. I leave the water for last? I really love doing the water. Maybe that's why. But Shadow lost his upper fangs, but he kept the bottom ones. Without the top ones to push out his cheeks, his bottom ones snag on his cheeks. No! Oh. Oh, Shadow. That's kind of what happens to Chancho, too. His, like, bottom tooth, that snaggle tooth now, kind of pokes him in his upper. So I feel for Shadow. That's gotta suck. Do you ever just kind of pull their lip over it? Like, if you're on the couch, you just kind of pull it over and like, here, buddy, I got you. Ugh, Chancho's getting old too. I feel terrible. He's my little man. Like, we raised Bruni, and she's like, you know, our firstborn or whatever you want to call it. But Chancho's my little man. Like, when he goes, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. He is my baby boy. I love him so much. When we rescued him, oh my goodness, he was such a little... I love him so much. He's my baby. I love my dogs. Mm-hmm. Well, let's do that. Thank you, Alice. I'm glad you're excited for that. Let's do it. I think I'm gonna try something different, though. Nope, I lied. I am not. I'm gonna do what I think I should do here. I'm gonna wet it first, I think. But I am going to tint it. I gotta clear some space on my palette real quick. Chancho's the cutest name. It's from Nacho Libre, actually. Does anybody see Nacho Libre? He's a little fat Mexican boy. Which is funny because, here, I can find a picture of him. Chancho. Yeah. Oh, he's so good. But we found out, I mean, you know, my husband's Mexican. So, you know, I thought it'd be cute if we had, you know, Mexican Spanish name. And Chancho worked, and we both loved the movie. But when we, you know, when his parents met him for the first time, met Chancho, they were like, "Oh, you named him Chancho?" And we were like, "Yeah." And they were saying it means like little pig or something in Spanish. And Gabe and I didn't even know. I mean, Gabe speaks fluent Spanish, but I guess he didn't know that. But it was so cute because we were like, damn, that's fitting anyway. He's a little fat pig. And sometimes I just call him Chanchito. He's a little fat pig. Oh, he's so cute. But yeah, we love that name and that character in the movie, so... Usually I don't do the whole pop culture name thing, but this felt obscure enough and cute enough where it was like, alright, we can do that. Alright, so I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to drop in some dark water in a second. I'm going to cap it right there where it's going to start going down the waterfall. Get some of this dark water. Drop this in. I will look up in one moment. Unfortunately, when the water really comes together is when I get the sparkles going, which is with the Posca after it's dried. So probably gonna be a minute until I can get there, but we'll get there. Oh, cute. Cavendish, I didn't know you made a specific Santa one. Cute. You are such a good Santa. Oh my goodness. Your baby Nick, too? Oh, that kitty is so beautiful. Now that we have more people in here, just a reminder, if any of you are patrons, I did do a post the other day about how to make an art book that I had been planning to do since, I don't know, June. And I kept saying, oh, next month, oh, next month, oh, next month. Very sorry about that, but it's finally up. And I go through like how to figure out, what pieces to put in and how to edit them and how to even organize your files outside of the program so that you don't get them all messed up. Like pro tips and things like that. And it doesn't get too technical, so it's not like I'm taking you through Photoshop step by step or anything like that. Which that's kind of what a mentorship is for, because it highly depends on the kind of book you're making. Because if you're making a book based on a narrative, you're going to want to do it a different way than an art book, You're going to have different ways you do different things. And I mean, if you use a printer, like an on-demand printer versus like printing at home, things are going to be different. So it's really hard for me to make a tutorial that's kind of all-encompassing. So that's why I went kind of high level, I guess you could say, where I'm not going too technical. It's just kind of how to go about it, regardless of what way you're going to do it. So hopefully that helps. But they're not too hard, and usually I do say if you're gonna make a book and you've never made a book before, the best kind of book you can make is actually like a coloring book, because you can basically make a coloring book like using a laser printer. Heck man, you could even do it using a thermal printer, though I wouldn't recommend it. But they're the cheapest thing you can make, easiest to figure out how you want it to be organized. You can do it using any printer, any stapler. It's just something easy you can do at home. So highly suggest reading through that for my patrons that are in here. Especially you, Jeannie. I think you've got a lot of stuff now you can start making a book out of. And like I said earlier, I do have a couple pictures of things that can go wrong with your orders, because I've had a bunch go wrong. That last order, I cannot believe how bad it was. And I don't want to say don't ever use this company, because usually they're great. Like, here and there's a problem, whatever. They are one of the cheaper ones that you can use, that has pretty good quality. I try to find middle of the road ones, because I'm not made of money, and I don't need like an offset printer, which is like a big time printer. Usually people use offset printers for like Kickstarters and stuff. I don't like Kickstarter. I'm not going to use it ever, most likely, especially now that, social media is junk. But I don't know. I like being able to make a book if I feel like making a book. So it's cheap enough where you can get a few copies, but it's also not crazy. It's easy enough to, get samples of a couple different kinds of page weights, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's digestible for somebody who's not willing to go full out, but also wants something. I don't know. There's also Print Ninja, but they are a little bit more expensive. They're a good company, but they're more expensive. EB, how are you? Elizabeth, how you been? Thank you for being a patron still. I miss you. How's all your shows been going? Terrible grammar on my part. Forgive me. But how's all your shows been going? So mentorships, I'll give you a link to the thing. It'll give you more information. Oh, god damn it. I keep forgetting I'm not. Hold on. Oh, good lord. So mentorships are more for if you're shooting for a specific kind of product, and I can lead you through like how to actually make it. Because there are some things tutorials and like how-to videos just can't cover. Like that was always my biggest frustration. And I'm not trying to gatekeep art. I know some people think mentorships are like gatekeeping art. I'm not trying to do that at all. I just feel like I can't make an adequate tutorial for everybody that's like all-encompassing. I like knowing and working with people on a case-by-case basis. That's more how I think we'd both be the most successful. And mentorship seemed like the best way to do that. So usually, if you've got like let's say you've got enough pages to necessitate a book, like enough art, right? And you're like, all right, I want to make an art book. And you have decent Photoshop skills. Let's say you know the basics, that sort of thing. You'd be a good candidate for me to tell you how to go through it, start to finish, and then by the end we'd have you like print an art book through a printer and get physical copies. And then I tell you like ways to ship them, how to package them safely, how to use postage, all that kind of stuff. The scary stuff that it's like, how do you even, start going through that? Mentorships I like because it's like you can have someone skip steps that they don't necessarily need to struggle through. You're saving people time by telling them, hey, okay, because I learned it this way, you can do this quicker by doing this, instead of that, blah, blah, blah. So that's typically why I like those, but like I said, it depends on what you're doing. Because I've got a bunch that I offer. Some are Twitch-based, some are product-based, some are just art in general, finding your style, that sort of thing. That one's a harder one, just because it takes a lot of time soul-searching stuff. I give a lot of assignments about research, trying things. So if you're not feeling very, adventurous, it's for a time when you're really open to trying things and you really want to start figuring out more about yourself. That's one of those sort of mentorships. I don't want to say it's like hippie-esque, but it's kind of it's kind of out there. But usually there's like, we meet at times that are, fitting for you, because really my schedule's wide open. I don't really do much. And we fit it around your schedule. We either do text, voice, video, whatever you feel like doing. And a lot of the time, since I have a lot of the equipment for the things that I'm offering, I can show you firsthand using my machine, troubleshooting yours, things like that, which is really nice. Like, I don't think I would offer a mentorship if I didn't have the same equipment, or the equipment necessary to show you how. Then again, like if you're wanting a sticker tutorial and you didn't have a Cricut, I don't think we would do it then. Because it's like stickers in general, you can kind of learn about how to do stickers online. But like to know how to do it in a smart, quick, efficient way via a Cricut is a whole different, especially if you've never used one before. Videos are harder to find online, like how to do it. Or they take like a ton of videos. And I like one-on-one things personally. So if I'm explaining something and you're like, whoa, back up, explain that. That's better than a video that doesn't explain something and then you need to go find another video that explains that part of the video you didn't understand. And then, you're 5 hours later. What have you learned? That was my frustration with that kind of stuff. If a picture actually gets out of my references folder, I'll let you know. Tell me more about pictures. It's twice today I've heard about making a book. Oh, really? Yeah. Jeannie, you should definitely feel it out. Oh, thank you, Jeannie. Thank you for the boost. Yeah, if you're ever curious about what it entails and stuff, just ask me. I'll tell you. I'll let you know if you're ready before you jump into anything. Damn, EB. Good job. Hopefully you're trying to. I feel bad if you've got a disease and you're losing weight and you're not trying to. You said it in a way it sounds like you're happy about it though. So I hope that's a good thing. Crocheting my life away. Got a bunch next month. Good job. You're coming up on your busiest season, right? Because it's nothing but just festivals, right? Like Christmas ones, fall ones, things like that. How am I doing? You make it more tailored to the person once you find out what they want. Exactly, Sophia. It's so much harder to I feel almost irresponsible just making a catch-all tutorial and throwing it out to people and then being like, yeah, let me know if you have questions. Because a lot of the time you'll do that and yeah, people are going to have questions, but they either feel intimidated to ask, they don't feel like it's a good question, when really every question someone has, typically everybody else has them. So always ask questions if you got them. There's no shame in that. But I think that's also why we usually like doing like Journey June check-ins and things as we're doing Journey June, because it's a hard challenge, and I realize it's one of the hardest monthly challenges out there, and that's why it's not that popular, but it is hard. And when we do teach people how to make their books at the end of that challenge, it's better to lead people through it because that you can stop and go and, if they have a question, then I think it's important when somebody has a question at a specific time, either they'll forget it by the end of the stream or, they just won't deem it necessary to ask by the end. I think it's important to ask them as you feel them, because you may not, I know I'm that way. God, I do that all the time. If I'm being taught something and I think of a question and I don't ask it right away, I forget it. 1,000,000%. That is me. That is what I do. Usually I write them down, but I feel like in the midst of writing it down, I'm going to not be listening to what the next thing is, and so then I have guilt there too. Existing is hard, everybody. Let me tell you. Existing. Wow. It's a thing. 303 to 166. Wow, you are kicking ass. Good job. Man, that's great. I think my biggest weight loss, I was 200 and I went down to 135. And that was back in 2014, 2015, somewhere in there. Right before I moved into the art house. I had lost my most weight ever. I mean, I've fluctuated weight so much over the years. It's been crazy. Especially if you end up getting a hormone disorder or something, it's so hard. It's so hard to lose weight. Because it's not just calorie deficit, intake, outtake, intake, output. It's not just that. It's other things on top of that, which is the most frustrating shit, let me tell you. If anybody out there has dealt with it, you know what I'm talking about. And yeah, hormones are food-based, and there's insulin and things, and all sorts of junk that plays into each other. Getting old sucks. It's when you're younger, losing weight was so much easier. You get older, it's so complicated. Don't understand. Oh, so EB, did you actually kick your diabetes? That'd be crazy if you were able to do that. That's great. And that's another thing. Like, I wish I could do these other kinds of diets and things like keto or keto or whatever the fuck. But I can't have a lot of the food. Because these stupid intolerances and things. It's dumb. Yes, that is amazing. Great work. Oh my God. That's incredible. That is truly incredible. You reversed your diabetes. Insane. Good job. I can't even. Wow. I've known a lot of people with diabetes that weren't able to do that. That's amazing. You should be really proud. Seriously. I am so proud of you. EB, you have done an amazing job. Has the crocheting been been helping? Oh, thank you, Alice. I know you're always a geek for water. I always appreciate it when you geek out. I'm glad I still haven't lost it. I worry sometimes. It is kind of just muscle memory, I guess. But I can't wait to do the sparkly bits, which should be soonish once I get this kind of going on. The only trick really to this is that like this hippo here in the front left. I was gonna say front right. Jesus Christ. Front left. Like the topmost parts that are almost towards the top of the water, those are going to be the darkest, right? And the parts that are the closest to the top, make sure like the snout and the forehead would be closer to the top of the water than this bridge part of the nose, right? So then that part's lighter. And then it's all fuzzy that's under the water, right? You can do kind of a little ripple thing with your brush. And then as you get further down, it fades into the water. And then sometimes, depending on how deep it is, you're going to change like the color of the water for the depth. But again, that's if it's like pretty deep. I'm still honestly not sure how deep I want this to be. So I haven't really explored that yet. But yeah, still feeling it out. I like these dark parts here, so I might kind of echo those in a couple areas. Smallest since middle school. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Hebe, you're amazing. Oh, Ezekor, thank you. You're very kind. Also, you would see more dark parts of the water on the ones that are up close. So this would probably be the darkest pool, and then as you get further away, they're going to get lighter. Though I'm going to do that more with the reflection bits, with the white Posca when I get that out. But yeah, you can definitely do that even here. Probably put some more dark over here. Oh, you guys are so kind. My first painting in a year. God, I can't believe that. Time is going so fast all of a sudden. Like the past 2 or 3 years, it's like picked up. It feels like it's going double time. Which is so weird because I feel like the mid 2010s to 2020 was slow. I don't know why it felt slow. I was actually having a lot of fun, and even though it was kind of a dark point for me since I had gotten a divorce or whatever, but it was like slower, which doesn't make sense because like I said, it's usually when you have fun, things go faster. But for me, I don't know what happened. it was going slower. And then now, oh my God, things just feel like they're trying to catch up to something. It freaks me out a little, I'll be honest. I don't know why it's going so fast. Maybe it's because I'm just home all the time. But you would think being in the same spot every day, doing kind of the same things, you'd feel like it's going slower. But I don't know, man. It's been weird. Yeah, does it feel faster to you too? And it's not like I've jumped in age or anything like that. I don't know what happened. Oh, you were excited to see me? Come on. I was excited to see you. I was wondering if you'd show up. You're usually, like, always there. I'm glad you did. It's nice to see you, Elizabeth. I am very proud of you. Hopefully that doesn't sound condescending. I always worry when I tell people I'm proud of them if they, like, feel like I'm being condescending to them, and I'm totally not. I'm being absolutely genuine. Like, I'm seriously proud of you. But it's like, some people are like, yeah, well, keep it, or something like that. And it's like, sorry, I didn't mean to. I guess I hit a nerve. I don't know. But I definitely don't mean anything bad by it. Oh, you totally should be. I bet you did it in a healthy way, too. The times I lost weight, I wasn't exactly doing it in the healthiest way. I think now I'm finally doing it the healthiest way I possibly could. And I'm not getting results right away, which is super frustrating. Because in the past, when I've done it the wrong way, you get results pretty quick. But at least I'm doing it the right way. It's just frustrating because people still see you and they're like, oh, you're big. And you're like, well, yeah, but I'm working on it when you don't see me, you know. It's frustrating. I don't want to make this like yellow, and I don't want to make it red. Make it orange, maybe. Maybe I should have just made it another, like a blue. I guess we'll see. No, blue would mix in too much, I think. Hippo World. Oh, yeah, I'd love that. Elizabeth, yes, that's so inspiring. Please do. Agreed, Alice. People should, but you know, no one ever thinks about like where you're at or whatever. They just see you after a while and they're like, oh, okay. They don't. You know, it's okay though. Exactly, Cavendish. Exactly. I mean, I gotta give myself a pat on the back for, you know, still going with what I am. I mean, the thing is, I'm not trying to turn this conversation towards me because I know we were talking about Elizabeth, but the thing that's been crazy to me is it's one of those things where you don't see weight come off yet and you're seeing the body composition change, which, like, I've been 200 pounds before and I've been just full on fat, like no muscle. Now I've got a good amount of muscle and I'm technically 225, but I don't look like I did when I was 220, if that makes sense. Like, I've still got shape, the proportions, things like that, but like, it's different than the last time when I was just fluff. Like, composition is crazy. It can totally be different. Like how your body rearranges things once you get muscle on, or, you know, displace fat and all that. And yeah, muscle is heavier. Yep. Because apparently, I don't know how much. I don't want to trust my scale anymore. Like, I try not to look at it. It's one of those ones that tells you how much muscle you have, or like how much body fat and all that. But it's really old at this point, and I don't know how much I want to trust it. I don't know. I don't even think I should look at it anymore. But it's weird, because if I had to guess how much I weighed, I wouldn't guess what I do weigh. I wouldn't. I don't know what I would say, but I don't think I look like what the scale says I am. That's all I know. So either way, the thing that I wasn't doing, though, was I was doing a lot of weightlifting, but I wasn't doing enough like cardio, or like, I used to do aerobics a lot. Like, there's this one aerobics thing I like to do, and I used to do that a lot, and I stopped doing that to start doing strength training. And when you do too much strength training and not enough like mobility stuff or cardio, you get kind of like this giant muscle lump, and you can't really move. So I was like, I have to start working like mobility and stuff back in, because I have to be able to actually move around. Otherwise, I'm just going to be like this big burly, what's up? But anyway. So that's been funny. That was a pretty recent realization within the past like month or two. So I've been doing the aerobics again, and already I can tell like there's a huge difference. Like, I'm starting to loosen up again. Like, moving the muscle as opposed to just housing the muscle is a whole different thing. It's weird. I will look at the chat in 2 seconds. Yeah, how to clothes fit. That's the other weird thing, though. Really, Cavendish? Shut up. Really? You're so sweet. You guys are so nice to me. I appreciate that. Exactly. Yeah, Elizabeth, 100%. What works for someone doesn't work for someone else. Completely. Oh my gosh. You look amazing. Completely different person. You are killing it. And that pumpkin shirt is so cute. Oh my god. Way to go. You're adorable either way, but I am in awe of your ability. Again, you should be damn proud of yourself. That is amazing. Oh, you got it today? It's adorable. I like kind of subtle shirts like that. It's like there's a pattern, but you have to look a little closer to see what it is. So Cavendish, question about the current state of Santa affairs. In your opinion, how popular are bookings now than they were maybe a year or two ago? Do you see an influx? Is it the same? Or do you think people don't do it as much anymore? I'm curious. Because, I mean, like I said, I don't have kids. Our nephew is still too young for Santa and things. So I'm just curious, like, how that goes. It's so comfy. It looks comfy. Forgive me, what part of the US are you in again? I know I see it every month when I send you your stuff, but I'm totally blanking. Oh, tons of Santa gigs? Cool. And sorry, I meant, I know you're in San Diego. Sorry, I meant Elizabeth. Because she's wearing a sweater in these pictures, and I want to know where it's that cold right now. Because, man, it's supposed to cool down tomorrow for us, finally, and stay that way. Knock on wood. But right now it's like 90 out, and I'm in fucking Illinois. What's going on? Like, tomorrow it's supposed to be 60 for a high. And that's normal. That's what it's supposed to be. 50s and 60s right now. Come on. Oh, that's right. Upstate New York. So, how cool is it right now for you? Yeah, I was wondering that too, Cavendish. Like, how do you not pass out from that? I know you're used to a fursuit, but, like, how do you manage being in, like, hotness and still... Right, Azakor? What's going on, dude? Like, it's been 90 all summer. All summer. Usually, like, when it was in July, it was like 80% humidity too. So it was like 80 on 80. I couldn't go outside without dying a little. Like, my husband had to do most of the lawn mowing because I don't know what it is when I get it in heat, like outside. I want to say it's white people problems, like severe white people European problems, but like I can't, and I burn like a motherfucker. Like, it's bad. It's bad. I have to pay attention to the UV index. I don't know anybody else who needs to look at the UV index and worry about their skin other than me. Does anybody else in here do that? I'm curious. Like, I look at it and I'm like, oh my God, if it's severe, I'm gonna die. You're always cold. Wow. Oh, 61. Oh, that sounds good. My favorite temp is like between 40 and 60. If I could find a place that was that all year round, both Gabe and I would be in heaven. We both love cold weather. Love, love, love it. With the way temperatures are rising, we need to work with the crafters who make suits to design low-weight, breathable velvets and furs. Oh my God. I can't even imagine, because all of it, like, yeah, the fur. If you're Santa or in a fursuit, you can't avoid your fur thing, huh? Alice, you have sunlight in your name. What are you talking about? So the UV index is like your ultraviolet index thing. It's like how much the sun is hurting you that day. Like how exposed. It's UV radiation, basically. It's like how bad the sun will burn your skin today. And it's on usually a scale of like 0 to 10 or 11. And usually if it's over a certain point, you like have to cover up, or you for sure have to use sunscreen. Like, you're supposed to use sunscreen all the time. I don't. I should. I have moles all over me too, which could totally just be, each one could be cancer. I don't know. But I'm supposed to cover up, supposed to do all that, but it's just scary. UV index, scary. Exactly. That's a succinct way to say it, Sophia. How intense the sun is. How much it gonna hurt. Because, like, if the UV index is, like, say 10, and you go outside without sunscreen, you're probably going to get burned in, like, 10 or 15 minutes. Easy. Something like that. So, like, on your weather apps, usually there's a spot. I'll show you. I usually use 2 weather apps because I'm a dork. So, like, on this one, you go into today. Today it's low. It's 2. Okay, not so bad. 2's pretty good. 2, you could be outside for a while and not get hurt. So this is using Google's, and then sometimes I'll go over to AccuWeather And in AccuWeather, usually click in, and that says max UV index, meaning how bad is it going to get at the worst today, and it's at a 4. So that's pretty good. That's not bad. 5 or higher, you might want to pay more attention to stuff, you know. But anyway. The moos look awesome. Sure, they're having fun. Just jumping in for a moment. Got my COVID shot today and my muscles are killing me. Man, the COVID shot thing. I'm hearing mixed things in the US about, like, if we can go in for free one. Does anybody know this? If you can go in still for free boosters or if they cost now? I mean, insurance aside. Does anybody know that? Because I know I need a booster, but, like, I was told they cost money now. Do they for you, Serenity, in Germany? And if I don't have insurance, then it's obviously out of pocket. Okay. I know you did. I should. You're right, I should. I don't have, like, a pharmacy exactly, but yeah, you're right, I should. I was just wondering if anybody knew off the top of their head. Because I know, like, sometimes they say if it's, like, across the board free. Because for a while they were free. You just go in and get it. I'm guessing now it's like a flu shot, though. I think flu shots are like $20. Oh, Canada's free? Of course Canada's free. Canada cares about you. So, EB, did you have to pay then for the COVID one? Granted, I think it's hilarious. Let me just point this out. I went to both Gen Con and Dragon Con. I masked at both cons, and I came home without even getting sick. Not even con plague, con crud, nothing. No COVID, nothing. And I knew people that did get COVID again. So, masking is still important, even if you're, you know, the COVID stuff. Just not getting sick. It doesn't mean you're a sheep or some crap like that. You're just being considerate, and you're looking out for yourself, too. God, I don't understand that. God, this one doesn't want to fade well. Isn't it, Cavendish? Oh my god. It was covered by your insurance, though. Like, there was a time when COVID shots were free for everybody, even if they didn't have insurance, like myself. Like, I could just walk in and get it, even though I didn't have insurance. But now I don't think it's that way. I think it's like a flu shot. Right? That's what I'm saying. Oh, good, Sophia. Thank you for doing that. Exactly, Serenity. You're so smart. I'm proud of you. I know, Cavendish, right? It doesn't make any damn sense. The world is crazy. You guys, we're not crazy. The world is crazy. We know what's up. Like, I love how considerate Japanese people are with their masking. Like, and they've always been, which is awesome to me. You know, they've always been that way. But, like, it takes COVID for us to start doing it. And then even then, some people are like, you're taking my freedom. It's like, bro, put on a fucking mask and shut up. You kidding me? You're coughing up a lung over there. Keep it in. Flex your freedom at home. Autoimmune. Yeah, that's right. I forgot you had something. Oh, Serenity. I know. Oh my God, Cavendish. We're on the same page. I know. Oh my God. My frustration lately with everything. Oh my God. And this is what I'm saying. I've been too hooked to Twitter lately where it's probably hurting me. I know everything that's happening. I really need to cool it. But like until the election, it's rough. I've never been into this crap before, but now it's like it seems like life or death scary. And I won't go into that, like I said. Just because I know people hear it everywhere else, they don't want to hear it on a Twitch stream. And I get it. Especially where I'm painting hippos. I understand. That's good, Cavendish. That's probably smart. Yeah, I heard Reddit can really wreck you. And what's really weird is I didn't give a flip about Twitter, until recently. And then everything I've been seeing on there, and my whole feed, it's hilarious. If I went down my feed on camera, you guys would see it's like politics, cute animal, moodang, cute animal, politics. And like I said, I've never been a political person, ever. Like, I only started voting in like 2020. When it started to kind of really matter, but it's just, oh my God. It's weird too, because I feel like this is probably the only year I'll get this hardcore into it. It's like there was a year where I got really into football too. Can you imagine that? I got really into football for one single year, and I mean really into it. It was the year where I think Brett Favre was on the Vikings, and I was still in Minnesota, so I was like hardcore Vikings. And like, it was really cute though, because I started to understand the football thing, and I get it now. If they're doing what I think they're doing, it's basically like a D&D party, fighting another D&D party, and you get to know all the characters. Like learning about the football players was really kind of cute and fun, and there were memes about them, and I get it now. I get it for the bros. It makes sense. But it was like for one season, and that was it. Next season I didn't care. It didn't hit the same. It was weird. Right? Yeah, Vikings are usually a good team. But there's just that one year, and it's like you get to really care about it. I don't know. I think it's nice to sometimes peer into the other side of things that you don't normally understand. Like, I didn't give a rip about football before then or even after then. Now I don't care. I just have a new understanding, I guess, of it. I'm glad, EB. I understand why you love it. I get it. Right, as a core? But it's like once you started learning about I'm gonna say characters, the players, it makes more sense, like, why they would do a thing they do in the game because of who they are. Like, example, Sidney Rice used to have a bunch of headaches and got migraines and things, and he wouldn't do certain things because of, or play certain games because he'd get a migraine, and everybody was like, oh, is he playing or is it for real? And I don't know, it was just one of those things, as well as like other players having their quirks and things that they had, and you take those into account, and now I get it. I get it now. I don't know. I like gaining understanding for things that helps me kind of round out an opinion on it. I think that's just smart. Just in general. Or at least if you're going to bash it, don't bash it without understanding it first. I don't know about golf, though. No, I'm kidding. I bet golf has redeeming qualities somewhere. Somebody made a good point. I was reading an article about baseball, though. And like, do we need baseball anymore? Because baseball was kind of put together at a specific time for a specific kind of person that existed in that time. Do you know what I mean? Like, the attention spans of people and all that other stuff have changed. Like, you're at a baseball game for like 5 hours. You know, it's a thing. You're there for a long time, and it's like, do people exist now that are really there for the game? Not usually. I think people use it like it's a drinking thing. You know, you're going to the bar, but you're also at a baseball game. You know what I mean? So it's like, maybe they're right. Maybe baseball needs to either be like rejiggered, or maybe it's just outdated, you know? Because I grew up playing baseball. Like, I was on baseball teams from like kindergarten to probably like 6th or 7th grade, somewhere in there. So, I mean, I did the thing, but yeah, it was boring to even play it, honestly. I don't know. D&D theater show in NYC called 20-Sided Tavern. Oh, cute. Alice, that sounds cute. Oh, Azakor, that'd be fun. Have you ever gone to, God, I'm gonna butcher this. My friends from college went to this thing. Oh, God. It's a LARPing thing. It's a battle. I think it starts at the Belagarth. They would do the reenactment battle stuff, but it was like they would dress up like goblins, so I always knew she had a tournament or whatever that weekend because the bathtub would be green because she dyed her skin to be a goblin that weekend. But they would go, it was the foam weapons thing. It's like LARPing, but it's just like, you know, it's battles. But that always sounded really cool. And I know she always had fun, and I saw videos of them doing it, and I was like, that's cool. They should televise that. That would be fun. Like, why has no one done that yet? I feel like that's a missed opportunity, especially with, you know, how gung-ho people are for D&D now. To see, like, televised LARPing battles? Come on. I mean, they put it in role models in the movie way back when. Why wasn't that assigned to anybody? Like, I would totally watch that. I would watch that hard. Especially if there were, you know, goblins and people and all that. And, you know, don't put it on a network that is, like, obscure or something. Have some balls. Put it on, you know, ESPN or some crap. I don't know what's out now. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know sports channels. But I'm just saying, I would rather see a goblin beat the shit out of an orc than to watch a guy putt on the 18th hole. I'll be honest. That is not what I'm into. Ever. Now or whenever. You know? Oh, did they, Azakor? What did they do? What did they change? I didn't know that. To make it more exciting. What could they do to make baseball more exciting? I mean, I just think they have too many innings still. Like, you don't need that much, bro. Shorten it up. Yeah, but you sound like you know at least what, you know, they changed. Do you know what they changed? Oh, I heard the best, I know I'm ADD, like, jumping subjects here, but I heard the best thing the other day, and maybe somebody else gets a kick out of this, maybe it helps you somehow, but there's a woman explaining, like, being child-free, you know, not having kids, and Azakor, this is nothing against you, you have your kids, you love your kid, do your thing. I'm not trying to diss anybody with kids, I know I've got people with kids in here, but for those of us who don't have it, sometimes we get pressure from people who, you know, do have kids or like parents and stuff, right? And she was talking about there's two things. One was she tried to explain that, and this is for dog people, but that she's never had the same feeling towards like having a kid that she would as getting a new puppy. Or go and rescuing a new dog. And I totally felt that. like in my bones. I was like, yeah, I get so excited to like think about getting a new puppy or a dog and, you know, bringing a dog home. And then I was like, that must be what it's like for, you know, people who get excited about having a baby. That must be what they feel, you know? And another thing she had mentioned was that, I'm not trying to say this the same way she said it. Oh God, there's a third thing. One is that this moment wouldn't have been made better with a kid. It would have been made exponentially worse. Like if you're enjoying a moment in time and you think about if you had a kid there with you or not, like would it have made it better or worse? And if it's worse, then you probably don't want kids. Right? And like that's me and Gabe all over, like, oh yeah, no, we always like will take a minute and be like, man, this is great not having kids. You know? But the other thing was that, yeah, just the excitement of getting, like, I've never gotten as excited about seeing a baby, holding a baby, anything like that, or a kid that I have about a dog or an animal. I've always felt a certain, like, oh my God, I want to hug them. I want to pet them. I want to provide for them. I want to do all these things. I want to take care of them the same way, you know? I feel like that's just different kinds of people. And I think that's to be, you know, respected all around. But it's one of those things, like, I have never felt that. And I think if you've never felt that draw, then you shouldn't feel guilty about not doing it, you know? But anyway, I just thought that was a really good video because she put it in terms that I could explain to a family member and be like, I have never felt the same, you know, squee energy, like, oh my God, over a baby that I felt over a dog, you know? I think that's important. Yeah, right? I mean, like I said, I know people that have kids and they're amazing parents, and I'm glad they had kids because, you know, they are going to make good parents, or they are good parents. And I have nothing against people having kids. Have your kids. Because for me, it's animals. For someone else, it might be kids. That's fine. But I don't, in my opinion, I wouldn't go to somebody and be like, oh, you don't have a dog. You should get a dog. And if they're like, no, I don't want a dog. If they don't want a dog, would you keep pressing to be like, you should get a dog? No, because you know they probably wouldn't want to take care of the dog and the dog would suffer, right? So why would anybody keep pressing, oh, no, you'll feel better about it later, you know, once you're older or once you have a kid, you'll enjoy it. It's like, no. No, sub out kid with dog. Like, if somebody doesn't want a dog, you don't force them to get a dog because they're not going to take care of the dog. So don't do the same thing with babies. I don't know. I just thought that was a really good kind of verbal essay on the topic. Because she's right. She was hands down right. Anyway, that was a total digression. Being a bus driver makes me thankful I don't have any, but that is me. I'm a mom to a cat and I love her. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I feel like, you know, we can also have siblings and nieces and nephews and things that have babies, and we can be happy for them and love them like crazy, but they don't need to be ours. You know? Yeah, that's the other thing, Azakor. I find that really interesting too. Like, in my mind, and I've actually talked about this with Gabe too, about like, I don't know if you guys are into Miyazaki documentaries, but there's like 3 Miyazaki documentaries. And one of them talks more about his relationship with Goro. And if you've done any research on his relationship with his son Goro, it's sad. Like, Miyazaki hasn't really been a good dad to Goro. And I was thinking about him, like Miyazaki in general, and when you watch these documentaries, he loves kids, right? You see him just with kids all the time in all these documentaries. He's great with kids. He loves kids. But he failed basically as a dad to his son. If you read more about it, you'll find out, yeah, that's basically what happened. But I think from an art perspective, like from how I relate to what I'm seeing of him, I think it's because he fell in love with the image, the idea of kids, and that they're fun to just kind of watch in their curiosity and their wonder, and they're fun to like do stories about because of those things. You know, like I have a story about a girl and a robot, and she's a young girl, she's still got a favorite plushie and things like that, and I love thinking about this age group when kids are like, I don't want to say coming of age, but it's like they're figuring out the world, and there's still wonder and magic, but there's also reality setting in. And there is something magical about that, and I think he probably got caught up in that, and maybe in the time when him and his wife were together and stuff, she probably wanted a kid too. So there's probably all this stuff. But I could understand from an artist's perspective getting caught up in the idea of having that to watch and getting excited about that. But when you think about the other stuff, you know, like the fact they're a baby first, and then for me personally, to relate to Azakor again, the age thing, for me, I would love basically from the age they're like 4 to 12. After that, my heart would just break. I wouldn't want to see them go through the becoming an adult thing. I don't want to have to deal with them getting, you know, spouses and stuff like that, and going through heartbreak. And for me, the biggest thing that makes me cry and instantly is the passage of time. If I think of anything and then the passage of time applied to it, I will just start bawling my eyes out. So for me to have a kid would be detrimental. I'd be crying all the time every time I think about them growing up or getting old or whatever. No. So there's I think for everybody there's reasons why they don't do things or aren't interested in things, but I don't know. I think it's more interesting to figure out in ourselves why we don't want certain things. You know, it's just one of those things, like getting to know yourself better is always smart, but then also to be able to defend your choices to somebody is also very valuable, whether that be for political reasons or otherwise. Yeah, I hear you, Alice. I'm with there too. Pressure to have kids aggression. That's a good way to say that. Some people want to justify their unhappiness and suffering by tricking you into suffering with them. Yes. Yes. Kids nowadays might not have the brightest future. Yes. Serenity. Also a good point. Gabe and I were talking last night, and we were talking about the same thing. That's why I'm kind of going off on this right now, because we were talking about it, and I'm still letting this dry too, by the way. My thing was, even if I do everything right and I raise my kid exactly how I want to, I would be scared to death of everything outside of our house affecting them and making them into an asshole. Granted, you would hope that, because this is America. Like, I wouldn't want to raise my kid in America. America lately, like the people in it, I've lost a lot of faith in people after I found out how many people are Trumpers. Sorry. I get so mad about this. But I would rather raise them almost anywhere else, because I feel like people in other countries are at least a lot more considerate and just compassionate. They're not as judgmental as here. Here is pretty bad. I mean, everywhere you've got problems. I know. I know I probably sound pretty naive saying this like I am, but the thing with, their future, climate and all that, like Serenity mentioned, but also just outside forces. And, just, I wouldn't be able to deal with that. There's so many reasons. So when it's like, why won't you have kids? How do I summarize all of this for someone, How do I even start with that? Ugh. Obviously not. By things that non-parents' freedom. Yeah, I could see that too. Exactly, Cavendish. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there are people that legitimately love being parents, love the hardship in it, love the challenge, and are just amazing parents. Granted, there are some people that should not have been parents. And I think some of us have parents who should not have been parents. I feel for you. I'm with you. And it's just, and maybe that's why we're not parents. I don't know. But I don't think there's much you can do about it, because sometimes it's an accident, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's an accident and they end up great parents. Sometimes it's not an accident and they end up terrible parents. You don't know. It's all chaos. That's the weirdest thing. I have an ex who has a kid, and I never thought he would have a kid. And I was like flabbergasted to find out he had one, because he himself is just a giant child. And I was like, I don't know. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. Let your child grow up so you can guide without controlling them. Agreed, yeah. Peer pressure in general. And should... I agree, yeah. Oh, as a core, that's tough. But yeah, if I did have a kid, whatever they wanted to do, whatever they wanted to be... It sucks because I know Gabe and I would make pretty good parents in terms of belief systems, letting our kid, like, be who they want to be, if they want to be, or if they are gay, trans, what have you. Well, I'd love them regardless. They're still my kid, That wouldn't be a problem for us. But I'm worried about how the world would treat them, because the world is so mean, and yeah, it's always been mean, but I feel like it is meaner, especially in the climate that the U.S. is in right now. Like, just how people are when they find out certain things now about your political stance and all that, and how nasty people can be. It's just heartening. It really is. Anyway. Like, if her daughter wanted to be a cheerleader, she would just die. Oh no. Really? Sophia, that's a good answer. I'd be surprised if they'd be like, okay. I think most of the people that would ask that would be like, oh, come on. Well, you'd be such a good mom. Blah, blah, blah. I hear you, Cavendish. Neither should mine. Pass on my own, get people through it. Damn, Serenity, you make me want to just lie about it. Oh, really, Ezekor? They have a 2-year-old? Do you think it's because they wanted to have someone near them that had, like, a kid that their kid could play with around the same age? Do you think that's why they pressured you? Yeah, that's crazy. 20 to 40 years from now, yeah. Well, if it means anything, Ezekor, you're a pretty good, pretty cool person. So, from what I've learned, you got solid head on your shoulders, so I bet your kid will be pretty cool. Just keep the non-cool kids away from them. The ones that are jerks. Yeah, I wish that would work, Sophia. A lot of the time, like, the most recent time that we've been pressured was by Gabe's mom. And I mean, that's just a culture thing. His mom is, still, she's, Mexican, straight up. So, I mean, they're all about family. You know how that is. Luckily, his sister had that kid, though, Mateo. So now, we've bought some time, and his other sister is very happy being single, and she travels a lot, and, she's in her 40s now. So now we can kind of breathe, because we were the first ones to kind of get together out of all the siblings. So there was pressure for us in their family to be like, okay, so you guys, you're gonna have kids soon. It's like, nope. Like, why? But then, like I said, luckily the younger one had a kid, so we're off the track for that, for getting more pressure. Now at least the grandparents are sated. You're welcome, Azakor. Yeah, you seem at least really cool about it. You don't seem like any sort of crazy religious zealot or anything, so that's cool. That's cool in general. Ooh, crocheting cats, huh? I bet those do well. When don't cats do well, right? At this point, this has become just more of a relaxing piece. Like, I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing anymore, which, I don't know, sometimes I feel like that's good and bad. Like, I could make a mistake because I'm not paying attention, but at the same time, I want to trust my muscle memory a bit. So just letting it kind of do what it's gonna do. Oh, 13. That's great. Good work. Got this Hippo party playground. So, EB, what kind of craft shows are they normally? Just regular craft shows, or do they usually have a theme to them? Alright, Sophia. Thanks for stopping by. It was wonderful to see you. I miss you. I hope you've been well. Enjoy that sun. Get that doggo some running. Doggos love to run. Our dogs went in to get their nails done today. They're so good about it, too. It's so weird. Every time the vet techs come out, they're like, yeah, they did good. They didn't even... And I always think they're kind of pulling my chain. But today I got to go back while they were doing Chancho. And because they always take Nuki and keep her back there the whole time because they love her so much, which I think is so cute. The vet techs think she's like the most adorable thing ever. Which she is, let's be honest. But she was walking, they let her walk around in the back. We're pretty tight with our vet. But she just walks around, and I went back with her because they were like, oh yeah, you can, come back with her. And yeah, Chancho was actually being good. I thought that was crazy. I thought, they're usually like, oh yeah, and they were so good. And I'm like, yeah, right. They're probably kicking and stuff. Because when Gabe and I used to do Bruni's nails ourselves, oh my god. It was a shit show. It was so bad. Oh, we were terrible at it too. Not to mention I have some kind of like nail cutting phobia. So that really sucked for me because every time we'd, clip it, I'd be like, I can't do it. But I don't know. they're apparently really good at it. So that's crazy. I think the dogs really love the vet tech, so I think that's great. Our vet is really cool. We really lucked out. I'm really happy we got a bunch of, like, the whole team is great. Regular craft shows? Cool. That's great. I do terrible at craft shows. I'm glad to hear you do so well. Sounds like you always kill it. We went out of our comfort zone this year trying different types of shows. And I mean, we've done like art shows before, outdoor art shows and things. And man, we just not the same. Not the same for me, at least. Gabe's doing a toy show next month because he's got toys too. But there's one in, is it Des Moines? No, might just be in Davenport actually. In December, he's gonna give that a shot. Iowa has been surprising us. We're basically on the cusp. Like we're in Illinois, but if we cross the bridge, we're in Iowa. And which is funny because that's where all the stuff is. Like if I tell you what our town has, we don't even have a supermarket. Like everything we get it from across the bridge, which is in Iowa. Which is hilarious. But he's got one in December, and he's going to try some different things. I tell you, if you do conventions or shows of any kind, you sell your work, everything you do is just going to be, like, you change it up all the time, There's going to be some things that stick around or, keep their place at your table and whatnot, but ultimately, your table's a living thing. And you'll need to change it depending on the show you go to, or if you get new products, things like that. So early on, it's important to make like a table that can accommodate a modular system, basically, so that you're not pigeonholed into place when you have to change something at your table or your booth. And you're like, oh shit, I'm adding this new product and I don't have space for it, or there's nowhere it can go. If you plan for that early on, you can make it so it's modular. Which, despite not doing a ton of shows anymore, I was pretty proud that I was able to make a more modular booth. But again, that sort of thing isn't really important unless you're doing it a lot. I'll make these have a little bit more. I was going to do regular kind of my standby leaves when I was doing this, but I was like, you know what? I should probably look up what kind of leafage and things that these kind of hippos have around them. And these were kind of a pretty prevalent leaf, so I just kind of went ham on these. Because these are pygmy hippos, like Mudang. Mudang. Alright, after I do this part, I'm gonna go to the water sparkles. My brain's going out, sorry. I haven't streamed in a year, and then I stream, and my brain is like starting to just go out now. It's true. It can also be too where you are, like in terms of region. I know it sounds silly, but like depending on where you live, there are typically places where people are more willing to buy things especially indie made or craft things, as opposed to just walking on by. I've noticed that too. Like when we've gone to Emerald City in Seattle, that show is phenomenal, A, but B, the people there are usually very on board with anything new you might have. Like if you're, you've got a graphic novel you're working on, or stories that you sell, or anything that's like original, they are all for it, which is so just motivating. It's really cool. That show is great for just if you are somebody who's not sure about, oh, I don't know, I've got my story, but I'm not sure, I like it, and I don't know what to do with it, and that's a good con to bring it to, because those people are they want to learn about what you're making, they embrace new things, stuff like that. Then again, like anime shows and those kind of things, the people that go to those are typically looking for very specific things. They're looking for their show or their character, and if they don't see it, they typically don't investigate or explore anything outside of that. So it's good to know that going into, because I know I've got friends and stuff, including myself, who don't do well at anime shows. And it's like, well, why don't we do well at anime shows? Because we don't have anything, that's, kind of an anime-esque style, but we also, a lot of us don't do fan art. So that plays into it too. So thinking about the places you go, the shows and the type of people in those shows. I have found that people in like Indiana and Iowa are a little bit more, I don't want to say reserved with their money, but they seem to not understand as quickly what to take chances on as somebody who's already primed to take chances in, say, Seattle, So I always find that kind of interesting, feeling out demographics at new places and stuff like that. Because that's the hardest part, I think, when you start doing shows. The hardest part about doing shows is doing shows and figuring out where you kind of fit. Because there is an ideal place for everybody, I think, to sell your stuff. Oh my god. Come on, Grandma, use the phone. Alice, you still here? We're there. We're gonna do it. Alright, Serenity, thanks so much for being here. I missed you. And don't worry, I'm still gonna send you that email with a bunch of books in it. Totally did not forget that. I want you to know. Oh, it is. Absolutely, Cavendish. It's always a risk. But it's one when you kind of get into this that, you learn that it's going to be a risk you take. And the hardest thing is not taking it personally when it doesn't work out. So, like, when you start, if you don't do well at a show, you can't be like, oh, well, it's me. I suck or blah, blah, blah. No. A lot of the time, it can be the demographic. It can be the state of the economy. That area might have a problem. Like, there are so many other factors outside of yourself that really don't necessarily have anything to do with you. And so you can't blame yourself, And I find that a lot of starting convention artists do that. And they worry that, oh, this first show sucked. It's my fault. It's like, no, man. You're selling, let's say, horror art, and you're at an anime show, not necessarily, one for one there. There are horror shows. There are, like, somebody who does horror art would do better at, say, one of the, Oddities and Curiosities shows, or there are just horror-based shows, and then, maybe extrapolate that a bit. People who like horror typically have tattoos. I don't know. You have to do a little bit of stereotyping, which tends to suck, stereotyping in general. But, yeah, you know, maybe you want to go to a tattoo show because, you know, your stuff is body horror and these people like that thing. And you have to get kind of creative and just kind of figure out, well, because I do this, you know, some other people that are interested in this might, you know, they're over here, I should go over here, that sort of thing. It's hard because demographic a lot of times I feel like can be swapped out with stereotypes, but I try not to talk like that just because, you know, you never want to blanket a group in any way if you can help it. But it sucks when you kind of have to for business sake. You can't help it, you know. So like I do great with D&D crowd people, older millennial women that enjoy hobbies, like, you know, kind of trad hobbies like crocheting, knitting, things like that. And I think that's great. I think that's cool. I would be doing those things if I had time. So I get it. It makes sense. Hello, Batman fan. Yeah, you really do, Cavendish. That's why you have to start small. Because, like, if you don't know really what you're doing, or, you know, you're probably going to lose a lot because you've invested so much, but you aren't sure if you can get it back. In the beginning, everything is going to be a little bit of you're going to have to take a jump a little bit, which sucks, but it's necessary, really. And you find out things along the way. I hate to say to get a credit card right away, but it kind of saved our life when we were first doing shows, because we'd have to buy a lot of things up front, and you kind of know when to start doing shows based on how your work was perceived online. Nowadays, I don't even know how you'd do that, because it's not the same environment on social media that it was. So it's kind of tough. Yeah, it's really tough, actually. I don't know how anybody would really start now. I can only tell you what worked when we were in the game. But I mean, there are some things that are timeless, like how to, you know, put together a solid con table. Things like that. Those things I would still swear by. I think there's a lot of psychology still to putting together a good convention table too. I talk about that in the mentorships, like where you place things, how they affect people. It's a lot like UI in I'm down here. In a game or a website. Your user interface is important as well as your table interface. How it affects the end user and all that. But yeah, like, usually when somebody expresses that they want to start tabling, I suggest, obviously, don't do, like, New York Comic Con first. You don't want to do that. You're going to lose a ton of money. Because you also need to just build up your selling chops, you know? You don't want to just go into that without ever having sold something. Because some people need to really warm up to that. And, you know, some people never do. Like, Gabe, he'll be one of the first to admit he's not a good salesman. And I think once he gets comfortable with people, or if he's in his zone, he can be. But it really depends on the con. Like, when he's at his zine shows, he's a monster. He's, like, on it. And he's in the zone, and, you know, those are his people. But I think certain places he's kind of out of his element, and he agrees. You know, we've talked about it a bunch. But, I mean, you can also find out if you're not even really a salesperson. I, on the other hand, found out I'm a good salesperson. I really never thought I would be because I'm more of an introvert. But I become an ambivert, basically. And I don't know, it works out for me. Which I never would have seen coming, honestly. Yes, right? Ambiverts. You turn it on when you need to, otherwise you're basically an introvert. But it's like, I don't mind it when I have to turn it on. I enjoy it. It sucks because if I had to do a convention every weekend and it was like the same convention and all that stuff, like if I was doing Dragon Con or Gen Con every weekend, I would love it. And I would be on it every weekend. It'd be great. But I think the reason that those shows are so good is because they're not every weekend. They're special, and, you know, there's an atmosphere there that you can't replicate, and especially if you did it over and over again, you know. So it's too bad. And I just don't want to do the thing where I'm doing a con a weekend again. I don't want that. Yeah, I'm kind of similar. Yeah, parties, I'll be like, yeah, let's go. Let's do the thing when I'm there. I'll usually not want to go to a party unless it's certain people. And I'll be like, oh, yeah, okay, I like them. Let's go. But my problem lately with parties is just we can't find anybody to watch the damn dogs. As I've said, we're in a rural area. We don't have money to put them in a boarding thing. But yeah, I think if you're going to start doing shows, you don't start with the hardest one. You start at a local one that's not much of a money sink. Like, example, we have a yearly festival in our town, and we did it this year for the first time, and it was awful. Like, we didn't make any money, but we had a good time. We ate a bunch of fair food, and we just had fun just hanging out, right? So that was its own fun thing. But that's the kind of place I would start. Like, it was only $60 for a table. That's great. Like, we made that back easily. And I think anybody really would. So starting small like that, and then eventually moving up, the more, you know, you figure out how your stuff sells, how to sell, things like that, you just naturally start moving up. You'll find out where your stuff does best, which stuff to include, which stuff not to. It's honestly just an evolution in sticking with the game. I think that's where a lot of people duck out. And understandably so. It's not an easy thing. I mean, doing shows it's a whole thing. It really is. Especially nowadays. I feel like it's changed a lot. And honestly, with how Artist Alley is getting, and how competitive it is, and with the introduction of AI art in there, it's going to get weird. I think it's going to get harder and harder to be able to tell, you know, who's selling AI art versus who's selling real art, actual art. And yeah, I went there. But, you know, it does, I feel like it does still make a difference to brand yourself in a way that makes you, I don't want to say iconic, but that's the only word that's coming to mind, where you're recognizable. Keep that consistent brand throughout everything, you know, across social media, across your website, all the stuff. Yeah, true, Cavendish. But in doing all those shows, like let's say, think of the shows like an RPG. Think about each show, a small show, like it's a slime. Yeah, you're not making much XP, like in terms of money, let's say, but you are getting, oh, that's going to be confusing. You're not making much money off the slime, but you're getting XP. So as much as, you know, if you put aside the little bits of money you get from it, eventually you can make enough there to put back into it. Now, I wouldn't do these smaller shows while you have, like, don't just jump and start doing these smaller shows without another form of income. I would stay at whatever job you've got, assuming you have stable income or a reliable job already. Stay there, start doing small jobs. And until you get to the point you're doing bigger shows often, like for maybe a couple years, to know that it's stable and it's you and it's not necessarily a blip in the economy or something, then you can jump. But I would not jump until then, especially nowadays with how things are. Everything is so up in the air lately. Like, I'm to the point where I can pick and choose the shows I know I'll do well at, and I can only apply for those, only go for those, and I'm in a sweet spot. But the only way I found that out was doing a bunch of shows. And you have to take risks. You have to, you know, put down money sometimes to do something you aren't sure if it's going to pan out. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately, I didn't have a backup job when I was doing all this. Like, I was in a situation where I had to only do this. So I think I maybe made it work out of necessity, too. I had to iterate quickly and make things work for me in kind of a hostile, like, way where, like, every piece of money I had to figure out a smart place for that to go and make good decisions with my advertising, my marketing, branding, all that junk. And I think I did. For the most part, I think I did. But now things are a little bit different. Which is weird because it's not much later. But yeah, things have changed a bit. But I think I'm at the point now. There's too much stuff I want to do with like our house and everything where it's just I want some dependable income. So I'm still trying to find a job. But the fucking job industry right now is like crazy. So it's rough. It's a rough moment. Right. Oh, I was off screen again. You guys gotta tell me when I'm off screen. Focusing. Okay. Alright. I think as far as I'll go is probably the next part here with the Posca. I won't do the final like going over the lines and everything because that's just tedious. So we'll do the Posca here. And then I think we'll be good. This is for sale if anybody wants it. I am gonna sell it on my website. But if anybody wants it and wants to like claim it. Oh, thanks, Azakor. You sweetheart. You're very kind. Oh, little eyes. There we go. Oh, paint pens. You can be so funny. So this is kind of the fun part in terms of motion. You really get to kind of play with this and make things look more alive. It's like, you know, smudging things in the way they would be moving about. It really does breathe life into it then. This is a little sack that's holding it. So he's being lifted out of the water and brought back up to the start. It's like a water slide. I don't know who's doing the lifting. Maybe there's a carny hippo. Oh, thank you for the water, love. Yeah, it's a transport thingy. I was thinking about making it thematic, but I thought it would, like, blend too much into the background. Like, because if it's a giant leaf, it's just going to be green. And green on green is not going to do anything. Red is, like, the complement of green, so I figured if I made it red, it would stick out a bit better. And it was always kind of like, I was thinking of it like a leather kind of, it's not a saddle. I don't know, you're airlifting a hippo. I don't know. It's a hammock, like a hippo hammock. So the part of this that gets scary, I think, for people who, you know, start off doing paintings and art and stuff is because you have to, like, just go over your painting and just trust that what you're doing works. And I think before you know how to do that, it can be very scary. For sure. I get it. Because you don't know if it's going to look the way you want it to. And that's fair. I mean, until you've done this enough times with mediums, like, you know, I've used this fucking Posca for the last 7 years, let's say. So I know how it's going to work. I know how it's going to bend. Like, I'm being an ink bender here. But you kind of know where to put things to make them look like they're doing the thing you want to make them do, right? Hippo harness. That's good. Parker's right. Hippo harness is on. That's a good point. Do you mean middle parts of doing the piece, Cavendish? Is that what you mean? Like during the process? I mean, the whole thing can be scary depending on... Some people like certain parts better than others. I know it doesn't seem like it, but I typically like the penciling and the magic portion for me. So, like, commercial. So I do have these guys up for grabs. Yeah, so like, oh, these are going to be terrible links, I bet. Indeed. So this one and this one, like, actually I like the whole process, but I really do like penciling and then doing the magic bits of both of those. I really enjoy that. But I do really like the marker process too. I don't know, man. It's hard because I do really enjoy the whole process at this point. But I mean, there are things I think I do better than others, or I'm more fearless with than others. I don't know. What do you guys like to do more? When you're doing a piece, what's your favorite part to do? The line work's the most time consuming. Oh, and then you'll do things like this occasionally. It happens. Just make sure you don't put your hand back in your painting. Lord knows I've done that a few times. Lord knows. So at each one of these, oh God, what am I going to call this? It's not a levee. What the hell is this? Just the layer, the level of water when it goes down to the next level. I'm making it kind of have a break here. Like it's crashing a little bit. Oh, this one's getting old. It's getting these little beads on it. White water ramps. We'll take that. That's good. Ah, Weasel. I can tell you do. Like from your work. I can tell that's what you like to do. You always do a fine job too. Always looks really nice. And then when these connect again, you want to make them light because this part's going to be lighter because it's flat. So this is where 3D kind of comes in handy. Because if you look at this, oh man, I wish I had some tracing paper. You know what? I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and I'm going to get some tracing paper. And I'll let this dry a little. I'll be right back, okay? And then I'll show you what I mean, okay? Okay. Huzzah. Alright, so I think this is, that one's not dry, but that's basically dry. So if you've ever seen these things, these are good for a lot of things. You can actually, I know I've done on screen before, but you can typically do a, what do you call it? Like a traditional copy-paste method of, have I showed you guys how to do that before? I think I have. I can if you still want me to. But just to show you what I'm trying to do here and where I know things are breaking. I don't know if this is helpful or not, but we're going to go for it anyway, just in case. So my thought process, it's like it's a primitive. Primitive is like a cube, sphere, cylinder, pyramid? Yeah, and a prism. Pyramid is a prism. What's the cone? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm thinking about this like this. This is like this, right? And then this comes down like this. So there are breaking points here. And then you come down to here, right? So my job is to show you this shape of the water through light and shadow, which can be tough. So in terms of primitives, like I say, I'm thinking about it like 3D shapes, right? How they're coming down and breaking up. So each one of these is basically kind of breaks there, but it also breaks here. This is a smooth transition on this one. That's why the light's here. So this is going down. This is going down. This is going down. And then this is kind of a soft coming off of that, right? So essentially, the water breakage is going to happen here, here, and here, right? So these are going to have a lot of white capped areas because the sun's hitting it because it's an edge, right? As if it was a 3D object. It's got an edge. Here is going to be kind of both. There's going to be a shadow here because it's in a crevice, right? But you also have the sun hitting part of it because it's changing direction. But typically that can be scattered around and not as hot as these are. So did I already start doing that? Not there. Did I do it down here yet? Not really. And it doesn't have to be much, it can be subtle, but the dark areas, I did do the dark areas at least. See how these are here? So you can see it's a little bit darker. I also put in some shadow here and here. But every time there's a break, you're going to have some pretty hot whites. And then especially once it gets down here to this main area, this is like the big pool. So there's, lots coming off of there. So this is where kind of majority of it stops. Like this is the big, what do I want to call that? I'm blanking on the word. Basin. There it is. Basin. Basin. I can tell I've been talking too long. My brain goes to shit. So a lot of this other water that is in other places here that doesn't necessarily have any crazy motion happening, it's still going to have a little bit of glinting, I'll call it. Which means like it's going to have some sparkle to it, but it's not going to go crazy like the motion areas are. Because it's off to the side. By the time the waves get there, it's settled, So like over here, you're still going to have a little bit of that separation. Just showing, oh hey, yeah, this is water and that's land, right? But you can also have things like that have a little bit of like reverb or vibration, more like. And then even the hippos I want to make a little greasy. These are some greasy hippos. That's one thing I don't understand about Mudang. I get that they hose her down a lot, but like, why is she greasy? Do hippos emit like a grease? Does anybody know? Or an oil? Like, why are these hippos so oily, man? Is it like a kangaroo because they like emit mucus out of their pouch? What's going on there? So I gotta have all my hippos be greased up. But I don't want to use the Posca again because that one, it's got way too much white. I also did have them have originally their little nostrils, but I don't know, something took away the cuteness when I put in the nostrils. Is that really what it is? Oh, Alice, is that true? That makes sense. I could totally see that then. So they emit a natural oil to keep them from getting sunburned? Doesn't oil make you sunburn? Or is theirs special? I don't know, that sounds right. I'll believe you. Aren't you going to have a PhD? Don't you already have a PhD? I'll believe you. A little curly knob here. And then I've got some water dripping off here. Now, here's where you gotta put in a little bit of fantasy. If you don't make this water a little bit blue, it's gonna look a little bit weird. And I'm avoiding anybody making any sexual jokes by making them blue, so sometimes you do what you gotta do because you want to avoid that kind of awkward situation. Ominous occult substance? Hippo oil? I can see that. Hippo oil. So just a little bit. Even though, you know, water outside of a area is not blue, you know, sometimes you gotta do it anyway. Oh, Parker's the PhD? I thought since you were... I'm trying to remember. I mean, you're doing like... It's like brain stuff, right? Oh my god, I sounded so dumb. Brain stuff. Stuff about strokes, weren't you? Studying strokes? Oh, 8 years, okay. Oh, Cavendish, you're so sweet. Thank you. Anybody can do it. You can do it. It's just white. You just have to understand, I guess, where things gleam. I mean, even I don't know all the good places. A lot of the time, I guess. Or sometimes I'll even just put in one that I guess makes sense at the time. God. I'm upset with how this camera is not capturing this well. But you know what? I don't know what I can do about that. I mean, it's pretty good, I guess. Could be better. Anthropology, God. Wow. Oh, okay, so that's why I remember. Oh, Cavendish, you're so sweet. Thank you. Oh, and as a core, thank you. You guys! Oh, man. You're so sweet. Well, you're making me feel like I'm not as rusty as I thought I was for not painting for a year. God, I can't believe it's been a year. Oh my god, I can't even, like, I'm having trouble processing that. Because I'm thinking about my Bickerborough series. You guys remember that? I made it into greeting cards like I said I would. I don't know if I didn't even share those. Let me share the Pickerborough stuff. So I did end up making Pickerborough. But that, I think, was the last time I was really doing painting like this. It's been a minute, you know? I think, yeah, those were the last time I was doing any sort of watercolor. I've added things to my shop, and I haven't done any stories or any Instagram, anything about them. I've got new pins of like little mage mice. Totally forgot to put up or talk about. They're up there. I just haven't talked about them. Like I said, doing Instagram's kind of just, oh God, it's such a waste. I hate how much of a waste it is. It drives me nuts. At least for me. I don't know, maybe other people's accounts aren't as terribly bugged as mine is, but I mean, when Meta agrees with me that my account's bugged, I think that's pretty bad. Parker found protection. The blood sweat creatures creates a layer of mucus that shields hippos from sunburn. The red and orange pigments in the sweat. Hipposudoric acid, hipposudoric, and non-hipposudoric are responsible for its protective properties. Oh, I love it. You hit a nerve on me. It was good. Maybe I should start doing that kind of stuff because I love talking like that and explaining things like that. And I love doing my Guardian stories. But man, I think doing a D&D campaign or something would just be fun. Like doing little, I don't know, attributes like that or something. All right, let's go to the angry boys. I guess it's just one angry boy. Is anybody doing anything fun this weekend? I keep forgetting it's Saturday. Or maybe you guys already did the fun thing. Did you already do the fun thing? If you did a fun thing, tell me what you did. Gabe and my anniversary is coming up. Both of them actually, our dating and our wedding. Our wedding one is the 12th of November, and then our dating one is the 26th of November, which is crazy. Our dating one will be 10 years next year. That's nuts to me. Like, I can't believe a decade has gone by. Like, I'm having trouble with that. Will this stream be recorded? I'd like to go back and watch from the beginning. Oh, you're so sweet. I think so. It should be. I'll forward it to YouTube. So if you're not following me on YouTube, go give me a follow on YouTube, and when it posts, it should tell you it went up. Oh, Jeannie, you're so sweet. So glad you want to see it. Oh, there you go, Cavendish. Is the weather supposed to be good for you? I hope so. You guys do those outside, right? So you don't die? Or is it actually cooler inside because of AC? Probably AC. Duh. Man, it was supposed to rain today. We are in like a drought, and it has not rained. It was supposed to, and I'm just, ugh. Oh, they're in public parks? So at least you get a breeze, right? But you don't feel the breeze. Well, your costumes, majority of them have, your fursuits. Don't they have usually fans and stuff? gotta yell for Gabe. I love him, bless his heart, but he has terrible hearing. Well, if anybody here knows somebody who likes hippos, I'll put it up on my stream, probably not my stream, my website tomorrow. Forward it along. Oh, yours doesn't, Cavendish? Really? Do you get that worm in it? Or is it not too bad? My boyfriend and I went and got pumpkins. Oh! And Mom's. Oh. Oh, that's right. Monday. Right. Indigenous Peoples Day. It's so weird my calendar's trying to shove Columbus Day down my throat right now. I don't know if you can see this. I think it's funny because there's Chancho. Because it's it must be all my calendars combined. But I saw that I was here this morning and I was, really? Really? Do I need to know it 3 times? Come on, guys. Oh, you sweat buckets? Man, I know this is kind of a dark question. I apologize, but I am genuinely curious. How often does somebody pass out from, heat exhaustion? I've actually, fainted from being too hot before, and it's pathetic. I feel dumb about it because it was at a concert, and it was for my favorite band, and I was, 17, and I passed out. But I can't imagine getting that hot in a fursuit of some kind. That would destroy me. Have people, is it pretty often that people pass out? Oh, really? We have all passed out at a concert. Maybe, I guess, yeah. I haven't thought about other people passing out. But I don't know if it was just heat. Well, okay. To be fair, I was wearing all pleather because I was so smart. And I think I just got too warm, man. I was in the front row and losing my damn mind. It was my favorite band and I was just losing it. Anybody else pass out at a concert? If you did, I would love to know how and who. Ambulances, usually because combining drinking. Oh, right. Because of dehydration, right? So, do you guys actually hydrate pretty good? I would imagine maybe that fursuited people have good hydration. If you know you're sweating a lot, you must hydrate. Yes, you overdid it. What concert as a choir? What'd you do? You just go too hard? You dancing too hard? What'd you do? Oh no, Cavendish. I hope they're okay. Oh no! Your friend was actually the one you texted about? Oh my god. That had to be scary. No, dude. That's dark. I hope he's okay. Just overdid it. Okay, so this hippo's going pretty fast, so we want to make sure he's got some speed on him. So you want to make sure that's coming off. He's going. He's got that heft to him. So you do some extra white lines. Show, he means business. He's coming down. And then you're gonna put some in front of him too, because he's breaking that water, you know, so he's got some splash. And you think about him like when I drew him, I like all these guys to have some shape to them. So like this little guy, he's more like a little cube rectangle thing. So he's got his little butt, his little square butt. Goes up, goes up, goes up. And then he's basically like that. And then I put his little schnoz on. You got a little ear. You got his little... Each leg is like a cylinder. See that? Cylinder with a cap. So like how I do a lot of fat animal feet. You got a cylinder, right? You can taper it or not. Up to you. But then you got your cylinder and you just kind of cap it. And you got a little chunky foot there. Sometimes you can put a heel on it. If you want them to be a little bit hefty, but have some more stability. You can also taper it, like I said. Taper that cylinder, and then put a little tootsie on there. But a lot of these guys, like this one's just a sphere. Let's be honest. That's a full-blown sphere. It's literally a sphere. But this one up here, I for sure used a little bit more primitives. There's a square here. Hippos are just basically cubes and stuff. And this is another one. Like its mouth alone was a cube. Right? And then you just kind of connect them. Eyeball. And then he's kind of like a sandbag. You think of a sandbag, you think they're kind of shaped like, you know, here's a sandbag, right? You got little things. Or like a flour sack. It's the same thing. Ain't no difference here. So there, you know, there's some math going on somehow. I try to explain it. Hopefully it helps. I don't know. Math. Geometry. I went to a perturbator show and I was dehydrated among other confluences of poor choices. Oh, Daddy Azakor, you're gonna be a dad soon. Deleted my Telegram message and was like, I'll tell you about this when you're in the clear. There was no need. Oh, Cavendish. Luckily, my good friend was there and caught me as I kneeled backward and made me drink endless Gatorade. Oh, good job. Ash could totally do a series on YouTube Shorts or something where she paints animals and then narrates facts about them while the painting happens. Ah, I would love that. My problem with YouTube is I'm so much better off the cuff. You know, I always see my friends doing YouTube videos and I'm like, I would love to do that, but I know they're doing it much better. And, you know, I'd be good at doing cuts and things like that, but as far as just editing it and making it, I don't know. I have so much more fun just talking to you guys like live. So, I don't know. Maybe one day when I get more time, I can put into that. I would do it. But for the moment, but yeah, I love that idea about the animals and the facts. I would, and I don't even want to say real facts. I know Parker's like, wait, I didn't mean that. I'd be like, totally fake shit. But I mean, obviously fake shit, but fun fake shit. Anyway, whatever. I do love that idea. Oh, really? Oh, Cavendish. I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad there's water available. That's really thoughtful. Oh my gosh. Greg, how are you? It's been a minute. I haven't streamed for a year, Greg. I want you to know. Distant cousins, for real. Yes, I love Z Frank. Is he still doing videos? I haven't seen any new ones for a long time. I know there are people that have started ripping him off, and not only that, they like fed his stuff into AI, and now there's like an AI Z Frank, which makes me so sad. Because it's like, nothing's gonna beat the original dude, you know? Oh, that pisses me off. But yeah, I love his stuff. No, I passed out at an Orgy concert. Who here knows Orgy? Raise your hand. I always had the most obscure favorite bands, and everything. Nobody ever knew who they were, and when I would say who it was, they'd be like, what is that? Is that sexual? I'd be like, no, it's the band. It's just my favorite band. And I was front row, and like I said, I was wearing total pleather, everything pleather, and I got too warm, and I touched Jay Gordon's butt, and it was too much for me, and I lost my shit, and I just like passed out. But the guys, I don't know, the bouncer dudes, I don't know what they are, security, they pulled me over the, you know how there's that bar in the front? Yeah, they pulled me over that. So that was fun. But the problem was they pulled me over and I had to go to the back of First Avenue. First Avenue is in Minneapolis. It's a club. It's like a venue. And they were playing at First Avenue. And so they pulled me over the bar. I had to go the back of the venue to where the bar was, and they gave me water there. And then my favorite song came on, and I was crying. Remember, I was like 16 or 17, so I was emotional about it. But they started playing Fiction, and I lost my shit, and I was so sad. I wasn't, in the front for that. Ugh. I'm still mad about it. Still mad. But yeah, anyway. Now I sound like an old lady. That was 2004? I think it's 2004. Yep, it's 2004. Ugh, boy. He's back? Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to look it up then. I loved him. He did a thing that nobody else had done, and he was so good at the thing he did. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look him up again. I love that guy. Doing okay. Honestly thought about you and Gabe recently. Did you really? Oh, Greg. How you been? I think a long time ago you said you had switched jobs again. Now I'm not sure where you're at. But I hope you've been doing all right, man. Yeah, forgive me. I'm trying to remember a year ago, and not so hot right now. I should have painted this little goober just with his eyes closed, like he's getting hit in the face by this water. This one's, oh, I totally forgot. This one down here is blowing bubbles. I totally didn't even. Here's some bubbles. There we go. Yeah, bubbles. Facebook Santa page just got a scam message. Your page has been marked for deletion due to blah blah blah. Assholes. Scammers. Man, I'm telling you. Eventually the internet is just going to be robots fighting robots, and we're not even going to be on there anymore. I have a feeling like Gen Alpha is going to go like heavily anti-tech or something, and just everything is just going to be like they're going to want to go retro and like internet free or something. I have this strong feeling. Oh, good. I'm glad you're okay. Sorry you got let go. I've heard they're kind of a bleh company to work for anyway, though. So maybe you dodged a bullet. Yeah, for real, right? Like, but it's going to be widely accepted, and actually, like, they're going to be the healthiest generation ever or some crap. Because, like, they're going to eat right. They're going to, go against all the other crap I get so mad sometimes that I was raised when I was, and I mean, sometimes I feel lucky because we were raised in like the, you know, latchkey kid, street kid era. Like, mine was the last one sort of thing. But at the same time, we were also fed like artificial sweeteners to the fucking gills and all that. And I don't know. I think about kids nowadays that are probably getting way better nutrition. And I wonder how that's going to affect their brains and all that stuff. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. Now, when you're doing the white, you never really want to overdo it. And you don't want to always do it like completely either. You want to break it up a little bit, or like stagger it, or have something else happening with it so it's not just solid. Which can be hard because, I mean, honestly, once you start doing this, it gets pretty addicting. Like, you just want to outline everything. It sucks. But you got to remind yourself to only outline the things that kind of make sense, or like I said, you know, you just want to do it enough. So like in this case, this hippo's not really doing too much, you know. He's just chilling out. So he's not going to have too much splashing or anything coming off of him. He might have like, you know, a ripple or two that's just from breathing or something else. I need to grease these boys up at some point too. But see how like I'm not even using the pen for this. They're just really subtle little ripples. And maybe for the ones that have a little bit of a peak, I'll bring this back in just a little bit for a shine, you know. And then let's grease them up. Grease them up. Hippo grease. On sale. Thursday through Saturday at the Hy-Vee. Yeah, grow their own vegetables. Oh man, I was so proud of myself in my garden this year. Did I even tell you guys about that? Do you know that I did a garden? I know my patrons do, but did I talk about my garden at all? Maybe I talked about it last year when I said I was going to do it. I totally did it. And it was great. And I grew tomatoes, cucumbers, strawberries, three kinds of tomatoes. I had big beef, and I had, what's the other one called? There's big beef, tomatoes. Oh my god, I'm not going to remember the other one. It was another bee name. And I had strawberries. I had basil. Oh man, my garden was the shit for like 3 months. Now I've kind of just let it start to die because my cucumbers kind of went haywire. But dude, eating your own vegetables is some kind of magic shit. Like, let me tell you, that was the coolest thing I've ever done. Like, they were so good and they were so free. The only thing you had to do is, you know, put the time in. But I grew mini cucumbers. They were delicious. I put them in, like, hot salads and things. And, oh my god. I love mini cucumbers. They are the best. But yeah, and then I make, like, capri salads. Or caprese. I don't know which it is. Honestly. I have no idea at this point if it's caprice or caprese. Caprese? I've heard both. I've heard all of them. But they were so good, and it was a good little garden. I should show you a picture. I know. Homegrown tomatoes, especially. Azakort, yes. Seriously. Nothing beats homegrown. It's totally different from just like organic at the store too. Like here's some. Here's some. This was one of my hauls. I would get this like every day. It was crazy. And like actually my stories on Instagram, you can see them there. Like it got nuts. Like I had so many. Like it's crazy. Some of them grew too much. That's probably explicit. But that's not how a mini cucumber is supposed to be. But the actual garden, I'm trying to find a garden shot. Oh, I also had a lattice that I started with. I have a thing for morning glories. So I built this thing and we did landscaping, and these are morning glories. This ended up looking like keep it in your brain, keep it in your brain. Where did it go? I just saw it. Oh god, don't forget this. And now it's up to here. They've gone above the lattice and they've started curling and going all like Tim Burton style, like at least a foot above it. It's crazy. And there are flowers on it. There are. But my actual garden... Oh, I also grew radishes. You guys want to know something sad about radishes and corn? I don't know if anybody else knew this. Everybody probably knew this. I did not know this. Everybody else knows this. I guarantee it. Maybe not, actually. Each one of these is a seed. I thought a radish seed grows a bushel of radishes. Like, you know, when you buy them at the grocery store, it's like a bunch of them. I thought one seed grew a bunch. No. One seed, one radish. Not only that, did you know corn? Stalks of corn. I feel like an idiot for that. Gabe didn't know either. Stalks of corn only grow 1 ear each. If you look at clip art or anything else or Google it, like, it'll show you that they have 2 to 3 ears of corn on a stalk. That's incorrect. I'm so mad about it. It's like we've been lied to. I'm sure somebody in the chat who has like farmer whatever is like, oh, you're a dumbass. That's okay. I am a dumbass. I did not know this. That's why there's so much fucking corn. Because each stalk is 1 ear of corn. You guys, what is this? What is life? This is crazy. I don't understand. I was so upset about that. It's just misinformation, you know? Like, how can you keep perpetuating that kind of lie? Oh, yeah, and we grew watermelons. I grew watermelons, and they're baby watermelons, so they got about the size of a basketball, like a little basketball, and they were delicious. They were so good. Oh, my God. I couldn't believe how good they were. They were so good. I cannot find a picture of this fucking garden. I know I've taken pictures because I did them for... There we go. Okay, this looks insane, but this is my garden. Here are the watermelons. We just grew them in little pots. They get heavy, so you have to buy them these little watermelon bras. And then this is my first garden bed. This one has a tomato, 2 strawberry plants, 2 basil plants, and a bunch of marigolds. This one has a bunch of marigolds, 3 tomato plants. Way too many. Next year I'm doing totally different. Also tomato plants and cucumber plants. This is when it started dying though. Like, it was up to here before. And then this is my sunshade, and I made a whole pulley system for it. So when it would get to be like over 90, and you know, your plants can die when it's too hot. So I made a sunshade system so I could pull it over all my plants. I think next year, though, I'm totally going to do like growing the cucumbers and the tomatoes over an arch, because I've seen some awesome videos where you just go underneath the arch and just pick them out. And it's awesome. Oh, thank you, Alice. I'm glad you like the bubbles. Enjoyed the job, but the store manager was an absolute chore and pain to do. Oh no. Dumped all of her manager work on other managers. Left the store to drive her husband to work. Oh, weird. I'm sorry, Greg. Yeah, it sounds like they were terrible to deal with. Thank you, Azakor. It is caprese? That's so weird. Oh my god. I like Caprice. But then again, I had a Chevy Caprice, so I think I just want to say Caprice. Yeah, that was a mini cucumber. Isn't that crazy? It's weird, though. When the mini cucumbers get that big, they lose their taste. Like, they are supposed to be smaller. Because I like mini cucumbers way more than big cucumbers, because they have just this totally different kind of thing about them. And they're easier for salads. But they're less bitter, I think, than the big ones. I think that's why I like them. But, yeah, when the little ones get that big, they don't taste the same. So you really want to pull them before they get past, you know, yay big. But yeah, I had so much fun having a garden this year, and I'm going to do it again next year. It was the one thing this year I really wanted to do, because to get a little personal about it, I've been wanting to kind of work my mom back into, like, the positive aspects of my mom back into my things. She died in, like, 2006? 2006. And not the best mother, but there were a couple things she did that, like, were core memories for me. And one was growing tomatoes. And the other one was morning glories. She loved morning glories. So, specifically the purple ones. So, instead of continuously being bitter about her and all that stuff from childhood, I decided to kind of make peace with it, grow my own tomatoes, like, kind of as a homage in a way, and feel like I could make my own now. And, you know, I don't know. There's something spiritual about it that I liked. So there was that aspect, and then the morning glories also were to block my neighbor. I love her. She's very nice. She's a total boomer. But she's very nice, but she smokes in her garage all the time, and I always, like, I can see her through the kitchen, and she's sitting there smoking in her garage, and sometimes we would make eye contact, and it was kind of weird. So I put up that lattice, and I asked her first to make sure she was okay with it, because I didn't want to be rude. And I told her it would have pretty flowers on it, which now it does. The picture I showed you, they weren't there, but yeah. But I don't know. It does feel like it healed me a bit, so I'm happy about that. Ah, thanks for the sunshade compliment. I appreciate that, Azakor. I put it on some cables, so all I gotta do is lightly pull it, and it just goes across. Pretty nice. The only problem that I don't like about it is that, Cavendish, close your ears. Spiders tend to make like egg sacs in it, so sometimes I would pull it, and I would see a couple little white puffs, and one time they were moving inside of it, and that fucked with me. That was one of those terrifying moments in my life. You know when you have little not life safe moments that stick with your brain? That's what that was. Okay, Cavendish. Yeah, so that stuck with me. But luckily that wasn't like all summer or anything. It just lasted once. Like for a week or something. Cucumber. Oh, Greg. Oh my God. That's an eye roll one. Come on now. I like the effort though. This seems pretty close. I'll lightly put some texturing on this to show it's a rope. So I feel like otherwise it's like, what is that? He'd be a fine apple. Agreed. Agreed. What do you guys think? Do you think Gabe should start streaming again? Should I pressure him? He likes streaming. He always wants to stream. He just, I don't know. He's silly about it. Yeah, sorry about that. I should have told you guys. Trigger warning spider stuff. Next time I won't just do it for Cavendish. Ugh. Yeah, Gabe stream? Alright, I'll let him know. I think this is basically done. Like I said, the other stuff I'll be doing to it is like a lot of just extra stuff, like going around these, like making more wave areas and things like that, or like more reflective spots. I don't think there's anything really that I would add that I haven't told you really how to do. These would get some like reverb. I keep saying reverb, that's just a sound term. I mean vibration, but it is like, it works because it's like reverb off of, they're reverberating, vibrating off of these. I think it makes sense. Even though it's not totally correct. You get what I'm saying. I would love to do another dual New York stream, or New Year's Eve. I think those are so fun. I miss doing those a lot. I was thinking, well, wait a minute, what day is 31st? Ah, Halloween's on a Thursday? Get out of here. That's lame. Do you guys know that? Halloween's on a Thursday? Oh, I'll do that, Greg. That'll teach him. He'll have to then. Yeah, here's... Oh, Chancho's mad about something. He's buffing. Yes, if any of these hippos is Mudang, it's the one at the top. That's screaming. Come on, buddy. Alright, so here is the hippo playground. Little guy in the front. I think I might have to make some more. Like, yeah, that's a little bit better. Oh, Weasel, you're so welcome. You are so wonderful. Thank you for saying so. Really, that means so much to me that you guys enjoyed this and you do enjoy it. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you being here and, you know, talking with me because I need it, man. I need it. Like, I don't get to see people often. I don't get to do much, you know. I totally forgot to do this. So, I mean, thank you. Thank you for being with me for what, 4 hours? Are you kidding me? Almost 5 hours. That's insane. You've been here 5 hours. Do you know that? Have you drank any water? Drink some water. I ran out of my water a while ago. I gotta go get more water. But yeah, you guys. I can't wait to stream again. Hopefully I can throw together another, not a hippo piece, but another painting. Something. Drawing. You know, and maybe I'll try to reason with myself that I don't have to be on for hours to, like, justify streaming. I think that's the other thing. I always feel like I have to be on for a while to make it worthwhile. But it's like, no, just do it. Just have fun, talk to people. You can be on for like a half an hour. It's no big deal. Anyway. Oh, Alice, thank you. Tell Parker thanks for hanging out too. Let's see. And EB, thank you. It does look like a fun park. I'd go there. It really is, Greg. So wild. But you know, Denny's was a good meal that night, and it was thanks to you. So thank you for that. I'm glad to have met you. And I know Gabe is too. And for everybody else who's watching, who's lurking, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. This will be on my site probably tomorrow. It's an original, so it'll probably be around $200. I might do a Clover card of this in the future. So if anybody wants to get on that, that's on my Patreon. I do have monthly things through that. I just recently did a how to make an art book tutorial, so that's there as well. I don't do too much on social media, so it's either really Twitch, Patreon, or bust, I guess. But yeah. Alright, join our Discord. Links at the bottom to find out when I stream next, because it's kind of up in the air right now. But otherwise, thank you so much for coming. I appreciate you. Thank you for spending time with me.